Chapter 1270. In the vast starry sky, the sanctum's door of light suddenly appeared and spat out Han Xiao. Then, the door of light disappeared without a trace. Han Xiao was stunned for more than 10 seconds. His blurry consciousness seemed to be pulled by gravity, and he suddenly came back to his senses. I'm already out? Han Xiao shivered subconsciously, but the feeling of leaving was the exact opposite of when he entered the sanctum. It was as if he had passed through a thin film and turned from illusion to reality. His body sank slightly, as if he had entered water from air. Thinking back to his experience in the sanctum, his memories became blurry and hazy, as if there was a layer of screen separating him. However, it was much better than Oathkeeper's dream, probably because of his higher authority. The techniques and knowledge that he had memorized were very clear. Han Xiao looked down at his palm. The Sanctum Authority mark had disappeared, leaving only the Sanctum Revival mark. I wonder how the interface is now. Can I open it now? Han Xiao tried to call the interface, and the next moment, a notification popped up. You have successfully entered the third sanctum. You have received 1/3 sanctum fragment. The third round of Relay Across Iterations has been completed. You have received 2 billion EXP, 2 random rewards, and 3 third sanctum fragments. Detected that you have entered the sanctum. Third sanctum, fragment synthesis complete. You have received third sanctum authority level 6. As expected, fragments are authority. Although I can't open the interface in the sanctum, the interface is still running. Han Zhao's eyes lit up. He opened the skill introduction of third sanctum authority level 6 and took a look. It was basically the same as the introduction on the sanctum's message board, but the interface was a little more detailed. It also explained that the flow of time in the sanctum was also related to authority. Han Xiao took out his communicator, looked at the date, and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's only been less than 4 months, which is much shorter than I expected. That unlucky bastard Oathkeeper took several years, so the higher the authority, the closer the time ratio should be to 1. He felt a lot more relaxed. Originally, he had prepared in years, but now it was less than 4 months, which was a pleasant surprise. He turned on his communicator and glanced at it. As he had already informed them before entering the sanctum, the affairs of the army and the association were operating normally. The past few months had been peaceful, and nothing major had happened. Pangan's group of Avengers did not seem to have appeared yet. This is the best situation. The initiative is still in my hands. Han Xiao nodded. He put down the communicator and looked at the interface again. The 4th round of the Relay Across Generations mission popped up. 4th round activated. 4th round mission requirements, optional 1. Reveal relevant information about the sanctums, the Great Reboot, and universe iterations to the current advanced civilizations, at least at the supercluster level. Prove the existence of the sanctums to the advanced civilizations and help them open the sanctums. 3. Take advantage of your authority and become the leader of the advanced civilizations into the sanctums. Note, you can choose to complete any one or more of the mission requirements. The more missions you complete, the higher the mission rating. Basic reward: 2,500,000,000 EXP. 1 sanctum fragment additional reward depends on the mission rating. Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. The 4th round is actually like this? It requires the people who enter the sanctums to share this precious information with the advanced civilizations. That's right, this is the meaning of a relay. This mission looks at the problem from a higher level. The civilization is the protagonist of the universe's development. The sooner they know about the sanctums, the more time they have to prepare. The final goal of this mission is to help the civilization get through the Great Reboot as much as possible. However, although he understood this, Han Xiao had no intention of doing so. From the perspective of the mission itself, helping the civilization gain control of the sanctums as soon as possible was the top priority. However, this would have an unpredictable impact on his plan. This was no longer a personal matter. Han Xiao had to consider it from the perspective of the entire Beyond Grade A group. In the future, In order to deal with the Great Reboot, he might have to cooperate with the three universal civilizations to develop the sanctums together. However, as an insider, it was impossible for him to rush to reveal the precious sanctums to the advanced civilizations. That would be a betrayal to the beyond great as. Only after the association had a stable grasp of the sanctums could they cooperate with the three universal civilizations. Otherwise, the beyond grade A system under the Celestial Star Alliance's rule would be a good example. There's no choice in this world. Han Shao sighed softly, temporarily extinguishing the thought of completing the mission. At this time, a few spaceships suddenly removed their disguises and appeared, cautiously asking in the wide area channel, "Is this Your Excellency Black Star?" "Yes, it's me." Han Shao looked up and was not surprised. He had already noticed these invisible Holy Covenant spaceships earlier and knew that they were the sentries that Oathkeeper had been waiting for him here. After a pause, Han Shao took out his communicator, dialed Oathkeeper's number, and was quickly connected. Oathkeeper's figure appeared on the screen with a look of surprise. "Black Star? Didn't you say it would take a few years? Why are you back so soon? Maybe it's because I'm lucky?" Han Shao shrugged. "Really? I don't believe it." Oathkeeper expressed his strong doubts and immediately felt sour. "Why'd I have to go for a few years every time I go, but you only go for a few months every time? Is there a difference in treatment? It's not fair. By the way, let me ask you, why didn't you tell me about the message board in advance? Little rascal, are you deliberately hiding it from me?" Han Shao narrowed his eyes. If not for the fact that he felt something was wrong, he might have left without seeing the message board. Furthermore, Oathkeeper did not explain the Sanctum's authority beforehand, so he could not help but have doubts about Oathkeeper's intentions. "What message board? What's that?" Oathkeeper sounded confused. "You don't know?" Han Shao raised his brows and observed Oathkeeper's expression, but he could not see anything. It was possible that Oathkeeper could not remember because of the authority, or he could be deliberately hiding it. No matter what Oathkeeper's intentions were, this small matter was over, and Han Shao could not be bothered to pursue it. "Forget it. Let's get down to business. I've already obtained the Sanctum Revival Mark. Quickly bring the fleet over." "Okay, I'll be right there." Oathkeeper's spirits were lifted, and he immediately agreed. Han Shao nodded, thought about it, and added, "By the way, it's best to bring those primordial ones. The targets of the revival this time are not acquaintances, so there might be some trouble. We have to suppress them." "Understood." Oathkeeper nodded. The targets of the first revival were the old members of the Holy Covenant organization, all of whom were acquaintances of Oathkeeper and had some understanding of the Sanctum Revival, so they were easily appeased. However, this batch of revivals were outsiders, and they basically did not know of the existence of the Holy Covenant. Once they were revived, it would be difficult for them to accept reality. Just put yourself in their shoes. They had died perfectly fine, and it would be strange if they were not stunned when someone suddenly opened their coffin and revived them. The targets of the revival this time were all selected, and they were basically all beyond grade as who had died an unnatural death. None of them were direct descendants of advanced civilizations, and at most they were allies. Among them, there were many who had died in the tragedy of the Pinnacles. Because the tragedy of the Pinnacles was the largest collective death of beyond grade, as in the exploration era, it was very difficult to avoid the victims of the tragedy of the Pinnacles when looking for suitable revival targets. Han Shao could not guarantee that there would not be any troublemakers among this group of people. In his previous life, the Holy Covenant had revived several batches of beyond grade and there were many outsiders in the organization, but they still took the initiative to appear only during the World Tree War version. They did not leak any information before this, which proved that the Holy Covenant definitely had countermeasures. The Holy Covenant organization was not a charity organization. Forget about primordial ones like Pangan, who had joined early, but if outsiders who revived later wanted to cause trouble, the Holy Covenant would probably not mind putting them back into their coffins and hitting them with a circle of steel nails while they were at it. This means that Oathkeeper lied to the members of the organization and said that the Sanctum Revival was only limited to one time, which is a good thing. It made the later generations cherish this unique revival and not mess around. Han Xiao nodded. After ending the communication, Han Xiao opened the secondary dimensional army box and took out a small mobile base. He rested inside and checked the news of the past 4 months while waiting for Oathkeeper. After 2 days, the fleet of the Holy Covenant organization finally arrived. Together with them were a large number of primordial ones. The fleet sailed into the dock of Han Xiao's mobile base, and the group of people had a friendly meeting at the dock. I didn't expect you to come out in just 4 months. Looks like we don't have to wait another year or 2. Baiger and the others were pleasantly surprised. Han Xiao glanced around but did not see Pangan and the others. He could not help but ask, where are Pangan and the others? They already left the Holy Covenant 3 months ago. There's no news of them now. Oathkeeper shook his head. Han Xiao nodded and did not say anything. This was something he had already expected. The good news was that he had already returned before Pangan made any big waves. All right, let's not talk too much. Revive this group of people first. You guys stay by the side. Only overwhelming force can make the other party calm down and talk to us calmly. Han Xiao showed the Sanctum Revival brand on the back of his hand. Everyone nodded without any objections. The group arrived at the prepared venue and spread out. Han Xiao took the activation device from Oathkeeper, took a deep breath, and pressed the start button. The Sanctum Revival brand suddenly bloomed with thousands of rays of light and left the back of his hand, turning into an expanding, dazzling ball of light. The next moment, the ball of light split and turned into luminous objects of different shapes. They slowly turned from illusory to solid, turning into awakened beyond grade, as with confused expressions on their faces. At the front, an elegant long-eared elf man in a luxurious robe looked around. Finally, his gaze fell on Han Xiao and muttered to himself, "Is this the netherworld? Is this the netherworld after death? You're dressed like a ghost, so you must be the legendary Pluto." Han Xiao? Question mark. Speak more if you can, or I'm afraid you won't have a chance in the future. Chapter 1271. Before Han Xiao could respond to this male elf, the other revivers were already in an uproar. They all distanced themselves and looked at the Holy Covenant members warily. Didn't I die? How'd I come back to life? What did you do to me? Where is this? Who are you? What's going on? Is this the enemy's trap? Shock and panic quickly spread through the crowd. All kinds of shouts and angry shouts rang out one after another, creating a chaotic scene. Even with the temperament of a beyond grade A, the sudden reality of being revived was a huge blow to their hearts. Seeing that the commotion was getting bigger and bigger, Han Xiao took a deep breath. Then, his face tightened, and his pressure suddenly erupted. Everyone quiet down. Boom! Like a thunderstorm, Han Xiao's energy fluctuation suddenly swept through the entire place, and golden arcs of electricity flickered in the air. A huge pressure suddenly descended on every reviver present. It was as if the stop button had been pressed, and all the noise disappeared. Everyone shut their mouths, and all kinds of shocked, and fearful gazes focused on Han Xiao. This feeling was like being at the center of a primordial psionic energy explosion. The pressure came from the outside, stimulating their extremely strong sense of danger. They were like prey targeted by a hunter, and their bodies could not help but tense up. They were also peaked beyond grade, as in this batch of revivers. They were originally watching the situation with cold eyes, but at this moment, their expressions suddenly changed, and they looked at Han Xiao in shock. This powerful energy seemed to be stronger than anyone they had ever seen before. This guy in black in front of them most likely had the ability to take away their lives. This time, before this batch of revivers could react, the other Holy Covenant members stood with their arms crossed, coldly staring at everyone present, and also burst out with auras. Bang, 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 bang. The energy fluctuations of dozens of beyond grade as intertwined, resulting in an intense collision. Shock waves burst out one after another, and the entire alloy room shook. These people are all beyond grade as... The expressions of the revivers present changed drastically, and they were greatly shocked. Their hearts were shaken by this mixed aura. The pressure only lasted for 3 seconds before Han Shao ordered everyone to withdraw. The effect of this display of power was obvious. No one dared to move anymore. When Han Shao saw that everyone had finally quieted down, he smiled. It seems that everyone has calmed down. Very good, then we can sit down and have a good talk. Hearing this, the many revivers looked around at the dozens of Holy Covenant beyond grade as present and decisively chose to follow their hearts, obediently waiting for the rest of the story. Seeing this, Han Shao cleared his throat and tried his best to maintain a friendly tone as he slowly said, I know everyone needs an explanation. It's now Galaxy Calendar, year 780. You're all beyond grade as who died in different eras. The reason you're here is because we've discovered a unique method to bring you back from the dead. As soon as he finished speaking, although the revivers present had already guessed it, they could not help but feel shocked when they heard the confirmation. How could such a thing happen? We could still live again. For a moment, everyone's mood was very complicated, half happy and half worried. Although coming back from the dead was a pleasant surprise, most of them still felt awkward. You dug us out without our permission. This service was definitely not free. The other party must have ulterior motives. So this is not the world after death. At this time, the elf man with a mouth full of honey seemed to have just reacted. He then looked at Han Shao with a strange expression and frowned. Then why are you dressed like this? Do you think you have a personality? Yeah. Han Shao was confused. He could not help but look down at his clothes. They were a little black, but the style was quite exquisite. Is there something wrong with this person's aesthetics? My officers clearly think that it looks good. Furthermore, he actually despises my attire in such a serious occasion. Is this the time to be fussing over such details? Han Shao sized him up, flipped through his memory palace, and quickly found the life history of this elf man. Elf King Dylan, a peak beyond grade A mage. This was a fierce person who was active from the end of the exploration era to the early galaxy era. His status back then was roughly equivalent to the current Dark Emperor, Void Overlord, and Mecha Empire. He was also one of the representatives of the Beyond grade as of this era. The elves were like the galactic humans, a large race in the universe with a large number of branches. At that time, Dylan displayed his appeal and gathered the scattered branch races one after another, establishing a huge force that belonged to the elves. Its nature was similar to the Dragonblood nation of the Old Dragon. It was a glorious period in the history of the elves in the universe. At that time, the 3 universal civilizations extended an olive branch to Dylan, but he rejected it. He turned around and established an alliance with many supercluster civilizations. The reason for this choice seemed to be that he felt that he could only choose one of the 3 universal civilizations. But if he turned around and cooperated with the supercluster, he could eat the resources of several civilizations and have more freedom. In the end, Dylan died in the tragedy of the Pinnacles. So it's this guy? That's not strange. Han Shao came to a realization. According to the records, Dylan had a strange personality. He never cared about the occasion or timing when he spoke, and he never cared about the emotions of others. This caused him to have a very bad relationship with the Beyond grade, as at that time, and he had many enemies. In his last battle, a total of 12 Beyond grade as came to beat him up and turn him into ashes. This treatment is almost as good as mine, Han Shao cursed in his mind. As for the direction of this guy's decision, Han Shao could not judge. After all, the era was different and the environment was different. In Dylan's era, because there was no precedent, the supercluster was still openly competing with the 3 universal civilizations for Beyond Grade A allies, using a more relaxed contract to attract experts. At that time, joining the supercluster was a very normal thing. Not many people would have thought that the tragedy of the Pinnacles would suddenly erupt. Han Shao curled his lips and ignored him. He looked away and continued to speak to the crowd. I know that everyone still has a lot of questions, such as who we are, how we can revive you, and the goal of reviving you. My friend will explain these questions to everyone. Hearing this, Oathkeeper took a step forward and said with a deep voice, "Everyone, we are a secret organization called the Holy Covenant. We were established by a portion of the primordial ones during the exploration years. Our core goal is to revive you in the future. As for the method to revive you, it's a phenomenon called the Sanctum Revival." Oathkeeper had already prepared draft. He explained the origin and mission of the Holy Covenant in detail and answered everyone's doubts. The primordial ones were very famous. Everyone sized up the members of the Holy Covenant one by one and realized that they were indeed the primordial ones in history. They gradually believed Oathkeeper's words. Then who is he? It doesn't seem to be such a person among the primordial ones. This time, someone looked at Han Shao, and everyone else looked over. Hearing this, Han Shao tidied his clothes. "You can call me Black Star. I'm the leader of the Beyond Grade as of this era." As soon as this was said, everyone's expression changed. Leader of the Beyond Grade as? What arrogance! In our era, even the strongest Beyond Grade would not dare to call themselves the leader of the entire organization. "Who are you? How dare you give yourself such a title?" Oathkeeper coughed and said, "Let me introduce you. His Excellency Black Star is not a member of the Holy Covenant, but an important partner of ours in this era. We have the same goal. In this era, the Beyond Grade as have already established an association and united. Black Star is the president of the Beyond Grade A Association, and his strength is also at the top of the universe. At the same time, he's also the only common consultant of the three universal civilizations. His position is extraordinary." After hearing this explanation, everyone was surprised and could not help but size Han Shao up again. President of the Beyond Grade A Association, common consultant of the three universal civilizations. These titles did not exist in the past. Although they were not clear about the details, just from the title alone, they could already vaguely feel Han Zhao's influence. Thinking back to the energy rank that Han Shao had just displayed, most of them put away their thoughts of disdain and deeply remembered Black Star in their hearts. They did not expect such an outstanding junior to appear in the future. Maybe this guy called Black Star was the best Beyond Grade A in history. This time, another peak Beyond Grade A on the revival list spoke up and said calmly, "Whether you're strong or not is your business. I just want to know, you didn't revive us just to play Wayne cards with us, right? Or are you trying to use us to help you achieve some goals, such as dominating the universe?" Han Shao shook his head and chuckled. "You must be joking. The Holy Covenant organization and I disturbed your sleep, not because of personal ambitions, but because the entire Beyond Grade A class has reached a critical moment and needs to borrow the strength of seniors like you." As soon as this was said, many people present felt their faces light up and were immediately interested. "Tell me in detail, why are the Beyond Grade as in a critical moment?" Another person asked curiously. "This is related to the three universal civilizations." Han Shao explained the key issues such as the unity of the Beyond Grade A Association, the attitude of the three universal civilizations, the significance of the Sanctum Revival to both parties, and so on. He tried his best to analyze the current situation of the Beyond Grade, as in simple terms. Seeing that everyone had fallen into deep thought, Han Shao added another sentence. "If this problem is not dealt with properly, it can be foreseen that the Beyond Grade A group will welcome a second tragedy of the Pinnacles." As soon as this was said, many people present trembled. Many people were victims of the tragedy of the Pinnacles, and this term hit their sensitive spot. Seeing this, Han Shao struck while the iron was hot. He softened his tone and said earnestly, "This matter is closely related to all of you. It's not just a matter of our era. Even if you don't want to participate, you have to consider your own interests. It wasn't easy for you to come back from the dead, so you definitely want to continue enjoying life. However, if you don't solve this problem, you won't be able to guarantee your own safety. You have to know that there's only one chance for the Sanctum Revival. If you don't unite and cause the second tragedy of the Pinnacles to erupt, you'll also be in danger. If you're killed, your lives will truly end." Han Shao deliberately hid the secret of the unlimited Sanctum Revival, like Oathkeeper, misleading them that there was only one chance for revival. This way, his persuasiveness was shocking. Hearing this, everyone understood the relationship between them, and their expressions became serious. Dylan pinched his chin and pondered. In that case, there are only two paths in front of us. We can either join the Beyond Grade A Association or stay in Holy Accord. We have to choose one of the two. There's no other choice. Can't we leave alone? Someone asked with a frown. Dylan glanced at him disdainfully and snorted. Use your few brain cells to think. The information about the Sanctum Revival is so important. Would it let someone who knows about it move freely? How stupid. No wonder you were beaten to death. This person's expression froze, and he said indignantly, "What's there to be smug about? Aren't you the same? What do you know? That's called a strategic death." Dylan snorted. Everyone immediately raised their eyebrows. This saying was F*King fresh. However, although Dylan was a weirdo, everyone admitted that what he said made sense. There were only two choices in front of them. If they wanted to obtain freedom as soon as possible, they had to put their names in the Beyond Grade A Association and let the Galactic Society, especially the three universal civilizations, know of their existence. If they chose to stay in the Holy Covenant, they would be hiding in the dark. No one would know of their existence, and even if the purge happened, they would not be blamed, so they would not have to take the risk. They could either choose safety or a certain degree of freedom. There was no third path. If they planned to sneak away and hide their names, they would most likely end up lying back in their coffins. Everyone was conflicted. Most people were more inclined to stay in the Holy Covenant. At most, they would not have freedom for a period of time. It was better than losing their second life. If the Beyond Grade A Association succeeded, they would be able to enjoy the fruits of victory together. If the association failed, they would still be able to protect themselves. Han Xiao saw everyone's hesitation. He knew that his words were effective and was secretly happy. However, at this moment, an untimely voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. Why must we accept such harsh conditions? Everyone, they have a lot of people, and we have a lot of people too. Why don't we join forces for the time being and charge out in one wave? They won't be able to stop all of us. That way, everyone will be able to obtain freedom. As soon as these words were said, the expressions of many of the revivers present changed, and they were tempted. Han Zhao's face darkened, and he looked in the direction of the voice. All right, I thought the problem could be solved so smoothly, but it seems like some people still need to be corrected physically. Chapter 1272. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the person who spoke was a tall and muscular male creature. His skin was dark, and he had long hair that was as wild as a lion's mane. He was standing with his arms crossed, looking straight at Han Xiao with a cold expression. "Oh, is that what you think?" Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at him. This person's background appeared in his mind. Extreme Fist Bagnita, an extremely powerful pugilist. His pugilist style was explosive, fierce, and destructive. He was the founder of many powerful pugilist schools, especially the Extreme Path style. Although he was not the founder of this school, he was recognized as the most proficient in the Extreme Path style in history. This guy was not someone from the Tragedy of the Pinnacles, but a Beyond Grade A from an earlier period. He was from a neutral faction, and his cause of death was unknown. He left his family behind and was also in this batch of revivals. Bagnita was wearing a sleeveless military uniform, and the muscles on his arms were pulsating. He coldly said, "What I hate the most is when people give me multiple choice questions. Whether I help you or not depends on my mood. If you want to force me, there's no need to talk about it." People with personalities usually don't live long. Dylan sneered. Hearing this, everyone could not help but look at him and nod in agreement. Bagnita could not be bothered with him. He looked around at the people around him and said with a deep voice, "We're all Beyond Grade as. Who's afraid of who? If you have guts, stand beside me." Han Xiao shook his head. He realized that he was actually very calm, as if he had gotten used to it. If there came a day when pugilists were not as stubborn as before, he might find it strange. He turned around and looked at the revivals. "Who else thinks so? You can all stand up." Everyone looked at each other and hesitated for a while. No one responded. Instead, they all backed away and isolated Bagnita. Seeing this, Bagnita frowned and coldly said, "Humph, the beyond grade as of the later generations are getting worse and worse." Dylan smacked his lips and retorted, "You're instigating us to play with our lives. If we fight with your strength, there's an 80% chance you'll be able to escape unscathed. You won't be the one sacrificing anyway. If you want people to be cannon fodder, just say it. We're all professionals here. Who are you trying to show off to?" "Idiot." Bagnita glanced at Dylan and said with disdain. Seeing this, Han Zhao's gaze turned back to Bagnita, and he raised his brows. "It seems like you're the only one left. Do you still want to continue? Since no one dares to cooperate, what else is there to say?" Bagnita snorted and put down his arms that were crossed in front of his chest. Han Zhao couldn't help but laugh. "You know what's good for you, but don't you think you're dreaming? You want to incite the other revivers to riot with just a few words? When you see that things are not going to work, you just give up and pretend that nothing happened. How can there be such a good thing?" Bagnita frowned and tightened his arm muscles. "What do you want?" Han Zhao slowly walked into the group of revivers and approached Bagnita. As he walked, he spoke. As he walked, he said, "We revived all of you for a mission that benefits the entire class, not for charity. I've already explained the situation very clearly just now. We're all comrades on the same battlefield. But even so, we didn't want to use you as cannon fodder. We didn't even force you to take the risk. We gave you the choice to stay in the Holy Covenant and watch us fight. If we win, you can enjoy it together. If we lose, you can continue to hide in the dark and protect yourselves. You can be ungrateful that we gave you a second life, but you didn't hesitate to destroy our overall plan for your personal needs. Of course, you have the freedom to do so, but since you've done so, don't blame us for dealing with you." As soon as he finished speaking, something unexpected happened. Violent energy surged out. Bagnita's fist was burning with dazzling pugilist flames. It drew a meteor-like trajectory and hit Han Zhao's chest heavily. Bang! "You know I'm a pugilist, and you still dare to approach me. You're asking for a beating." Such a thought flashed through Bagnita's mind. He was not going to sit still and wait for his death. Seeing that Han Zhao's words were not right, he decided to strike first. The next moment, the fist energy suddenly exploded. Condensed pugilist flames gushed out from Han Zhao's back and turned into an inverted cone-shaped energy shockwave, blasting a huge hole in the entire room. Boom! Looking from space, a dazzling beam of light suddenly shot out from a certain location in the galactic base, as if there was an internal explosion. In the room, everyone was shocked by Bagnita's decisiveness. They all made their own moves. Some wanted to help, while others wanted to retreat and watch. However, before they could do anything, they saw that Han Zhao, who took a heavy punch, did not even shake his body. As if nothing had happened, he counterattacked in a flash. He grabbed Bagnita's head with both hands, pressed it down, and raised his leg to knee Bagnita with great force. Bang! For a moment, Bagnita could not withstand this explosive force. His head was pressed down and came into close contact with Han Zhao's knee. Blood immediately gushed out of his nose, and his brain was concussed. Before he could recover from a moment of dizziness, Han Zhao grabbed Bagnita's head with one hand and used his other hand to strike Bagnita's arched back. Crack! The sound of a spine cracking was clearly heard by everyone present. Bagnita's back was clearly bent. Many people took a deep breath, and the way they looked at Han Zhao changed again. After taking the first hit, he did not hesitate to exchange injury for injury and heavily injure his opponent. If someone said he was not a pugilist, they would not believe it. At this moment, Bagnita was freed from the temporary debuff. He let out an angry roar, and the aura around him exploded again. His muscles bulged, and a thick blood aura spread out. His attributes suddenly increased by a large margin. Then, Bagnita hugged Han Zhao's waist and kicked his legs. With a burst of strength, he pushed Han Zhao through the metal walls and flew out like a meteor, falling into the universe. This is extreme channel style. Everyone was knowledgeable, so they immediately understood Bagnita's change. Relying on the special explosive power of ultimate Daoryu, a martial artist combat power could usually surpass a small level. Bagnita's name was very well known. As the master of ultimate Daoryu in history, the effects of ultimate Daoryu were even more shocking. Moreover, under his exclusive modification, the side effects were limited. Bagnita himself had not reached the peak beyond Grade A level, but with his powerful explosive power, he was able to compete with peak beyond grade and earned himself the nickname Extreme Channel Fist. In everyone's eyes, he was very strong. The expressions of the revivers changed. Although they had felt that Han Zhao's energy rank was very shocking, they had not seen Black Star fight, so they did not have a direct view of it. Now that they had the chance, the revivers did not help or stop him. They all wanted to use this opportunity to observe Black Star's actual strength. Most beyond grade, as were proud people. The revivers present all wanted to see how strong this so-called beyond grade A leader was and how confident he was. Many of the revivers had originally thought that they would be able to see a fierce battle, but the change in the situation in the next second was beyond their expectations. Han Xiao also locked on a Bagnita. Then, mechanical force burst out of his body. At the same time, countless mechanical soldiers swarmed out of the galactic base, covering the sky. Without saying a word, they attacked the two of them fiercely. Rumble. The expanding energy ball was like a newborn star, instantly lighting up the entire galaxy. The aftermath of the explosion spread out, and the protective shield of the galactic base was activated. The entire base was pushed away, shaking violently. The sudden burst of light made everyone squint their eyes subconsciously, their faces filled with astonishment. Don't tell me the two of them died together. That's too brutal. Aren't they afraid of losing? Speaking of which, Black Star is actually a mechanic? His physique is definitely that of a pugilist no matter how you look at it. Everyone could not help but worry. They looked around, only to realize that every member of the Holy Covenant had a calm look on their faces, as though they were not worried at all. Aren't you worried about the safety of your partner? Someone could not help but ask. Viger turned around to look at these people, curled his lips, smiled, and said, I'm afraid there's nothing that can kill Black Star. At this time, the light gradually shrunk. Two figures that were stuck close to each other flew out from the center of the explosion, quickly approached the base, and flew back into the room through the gap. Plop! The sound of someone falling to the ground could be heard. Bagnita laid on the ground like a dead dog. There was not a single piece of flesh on his body that was unharmed. He was heavily injured and on the verge of death. Everyone was shocked. They looked up and saw that although Han Xiao was also injured, he was recovering at an unbelievable speed. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to his original state. It was him who had brought the dying Bagnita back. Han Xiao looked calm and pointed at Oathkeeper with his lips. Treat his injuries. Don't let him die. The members of the Holy Covenant were not surprised. A few of them walked forward, turned Bagnita's body around, and sprayed him with healing spray. It looked like they were brushing sauce on a barbecue. Seeing this, the revivers could not believe their eyes. That's it. From the start to the end of the battle, it had not even been 3 minutes. They had thought that it would be an intense battle, but no one had expected Black Star to kill Bagnita so easily. This was not some random beyond grade A super, but a famous expert in history. From the start, everyone knew that Black Star might be very strong, but they did not expect him to be this strong. This had completely exceeded their judgment. No wonder he dares to call himself the leader of the beyond grade as. He does have the right to do so. Many people were shocked. Han Xiao stretched his neck and moved his muscles that were a little sore from the bombardment earlier. When he turned around and saw the fear in everyone's eyes, he nodded and was quite satisfied with the effect of this battle. He was actually not angry. Scolding Bagnita was just an excuse to establish his dominance. He knew that there were definitely many people who had similar thoughts. It was just that they did not dare respond because of the situation. To make these people give up on their thoughts, it was not enough to rely on the number of beyond grade, as to make them hesitate. He also had to let them feel the huge difference in individual strength. As the saying went, seeing is believing. Only by directly attacking would he be able to give them the most direct impression. And the best way to establish his dominance was to kill Bagnita instantly. Therefore, Han Shao purposely acted as if he wanted to attack, while taking the initiative to approach him. This was to let Bagnita engage in close combat with him, so that he could use same life as heaven and earth. This move was the most efficient way to kill him instantly. His biggest advantage was the disparity in intelligence. As long as someone knew his background, no one would dare approach him. However, these revivers did not know this. Therefore, Bagnita followed his old experience and did not let go of this opportunity. The first move was close combat, and he completely fell into Han Zhao's trap. The moment Bagnita chose to fight, the result of this battle was already decided. Facing an opponent who did not know anything, same life as heaven and earth, was almost the best tactic. The result of killing Bagnita within seconds was what Han Shao had expected. It was a huge blow to the young minds of these people. There was only one last step left. Seeing that Bagnita's body was slowly recovering, Han Shao took out the space-time amber and wrapped Bagnita up. He said calmly, "I won't kill him, but to avoid any unstable factors, I'll lock him up and let him calm down." The next moment, the space-time amber was formed, and Bagnita's body was frozen in the amber. "What's this?" Everyone was confused, and the Holy Covenant members beside them began to explain. Very soon, everyone present knew the function of the space-time amber, and their expressions changed. They were shocked and afraid. This thing was the nemesis of almost all beyond great as. This time, Han Shao turned to look at everyone and smiled kindly. "The person who raised the problem has been dealt with. So, everyone, have you made your choice?" Everyone had different expressions. Some smiled bitterly, while others swallowed their saliva. Under the intense fear, there was no suspense in their choice. "I'm willing to stay in the Holy Covenant." "Me too." Since someone had started, the others followed suit. Between the two paths, almost everyone chose to stay in the Holy Covenant organization. At least before they understood the situation, they did not want to appear in the outside world to avoid taking the risk. Very soon, Dylan was the only one who did not express his opinion. Han Shao looked over. "What about you? Are you staying in the Holy Covenant or joining the association?" Dylan stroked his smooth, fair chin and snorted. "I don't want to miss such an interesting thing. I'm joining the association. If we fight with the 3 universal civilizations, count me in. I'm going to settle the score with them." As he spoke, Dylan did not seem to feel satisfied. He glanced at the other revivers present and said sarcastically, "The books are indeed correct." Sure enough, the books are right. Mediocre people who are afraid of everything always make up the majority. Hearing this, Han Shao could not help but take another look at Dylan. "You deserve to be crushed to death. Even I want to beat you to death." Chapter 1273. After asking around, only a few people in the second batch of revivers chose to join the association. Han Shao noted down their names, then looked at the Holy Covenant members, nodded, and said, "I'll leave it to you. Anyway, you guys have nothing to do. Let's help the newcomers integrate into the era first. You guys should have no problems, right? Don't worry, we're familiar with this field. We're lacking new players." Biger smiled and agreed on behalf of everyone. Oathkeeper nodded subconsciously, but he suddenly realized something. "Wait a minute, isn't this my organization? Why do you have to give the orders?" Oathkeeper wanted to say something. However, just as he started, Han Shao clapped his hands and interrupted him with a smile. "I'm glad we've reached a consensus. Everyone, you can leave first. Familiarize yourself with the situation of this era." As soon as he said that, the atmosphere in the room eased up a lot. The Holy Covenant members led everyone out of the room, chatting as they walked, their voices getting further and further away. The corners of Oathkeeper's mouth twitched. As the leader of the organization, I'm being ignored just like that? Do I not care about my reputation? At this moment, Han Shao walked over, patted Oathkeeper's shoulder, and smiled. I'm afraid you'll have to work hard for a while. These revivers are temporarily intimidated by me, but I can't keep an eye on them all the time. Some of them will definitely want to find an opportunity to sneak away. You have to keep an eye on them, but don't be too obvious, lest they feel disgusted. Understood. Cough, I know what to do. I don't need you to teach me. Oathkeeper coughed dryly. Han Shao smiled, summoned the virtual screen, and quickly wrote a list. This is the list of the keys to the other sanctums. You guys are professionals in this aspect, so it's best to collect them without limit. The more keys we accumulate, the more confident we will be. You found this in the third sanctum? Oathkeeper looked surprised. Why didn't I see it when I went there? Maybe your authority is too low. Han Shao shook his head and explained casually. As for whether Oathkeeper was deliberately hiding it, now was not the time to care about such details. All right, this will make it easier for us to open the sanctums in the future. Oathkeeper was happy. Although the information recorded in each sanctum was different, the sanctum revival was universal. Mastering the activation method of the other sanctums meant that the efficiency of replenishing the number of revivals would increase by several times, greatly reducing the time needed to collect the sanctum keys. Keeping the list, Oathkeeper paused for a moment before changing the topic. Have you considered the timing of the birth of the first batch of revivers? Probably within the next few months. Han Shao nodded. After they appear, the attitude of the three universal civilizations will change drastically. Are you okay? Oathkeeper sounded worried. No matter how mentally prepared he was, as the leader of this storm, it was impossible for him not to be worried. This was especially so since this was a fuse event that would definitely cause a drastic change in the structure of the universe. It was the turning point of the fate of the beyond grade and the impact was far-reaching. It might lead the future of the galactic society in an unknown direction, so he could not help but be nervous. I know what to do. This is a step that must be taken. There is no need to be overly cautious. Han Shao smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Oathkeeper frowned and slowly said, Also, we hid the truth of the sanctum revival and made others think that there is only one chance to revive. This way, although the three universal civilizations will still be wary, there is a high chance that they will not give up on the idea of a great purge. So, are we really not going to reveal the truth of the sanctum revival? Hearing this, Han Shao shook his head. It's fine. We have to hide this trump card for a while. Although revealing it will make the three universal civilizations hesitate, they will also adjust their strategy. It's better to give them the wrong information. After all, unlimited revivals, it's useless to just talk about it. If the purge really happens, it won't be too late to revive then. Not only will it disrupt the strategy of the three universal civilizations, but it will also be a surprise for the dead. Furthermore, fear is the shackle of desire. If we tell the truth to the revivers now, it will not be easy to manage. Won't they take off? Oathkeeper was helpless. It's just that this way, you will bear too much pressure. The revivers were introduced to the association by you, so everyone will think that you have the truth. The three universal civilizations will definitely target you. Can you handle it? It's not a big problem. As long as the association sees the existence of the sanctum revival, the beyond grade as will unite by my side. Coupled with my abilities, forces, and the existence of the underworld, it won't be a problem for me to fight against the three universal civilizations for the time being. There will be room for negotiation. Han Shao smiled and gave Oathkeeper some reassurance. Oathkeeper nodded and said solemnly, You have a plan. It's good that you have a plan. In short, whether we can walk freely under the sun in the future depends on you. The next day, Han Shao took over the association again, and Kasui stepped down as his deputy. He contacted Han Shao more than once in private, wanting to ask about the results of Han Zhao's trip, but Han Shao brushed him off. After disappearing for about 4 months, Han Shao finally reappeared in front of the public and did not attract much attention. It was too common for beyond grade as to go out, so the various organizations did not think much about Han Zhao's short-term disappearance. After waiting patiently for more than half a month, the three universal civilizations finally made a move and sent out an invitation for a private meeting. After watching for so long, you finally can't sit still. In the room, when Han Xiao saw the invitation notification on his communicator, he immediately sat up straight in his seat. He opened the network link of the invitation, and his remote projection entered the online conference room. The next second, his vision blurred, and he came to a secret conference room. The remote projections of the three leaders of Radiance, Dynasty, and Ethereal were already in the room. Blackstar, you're here. The Empire head of state, Mar Bruce, revealed a stiff smile. Han Xiao glanced around and put on his signature smile. Your Excellencies, what's the matter? We haven't officially congratulated you on becoming the president of the Beyond Grade A Association. Congratulations on becoming the president. Mar Bruce nodded. Thank you. Han Xiao smiled. This is all thanks to the members. We have high hopes for you. You're more suitable to lead the Beyond Grade A Association than Madison. We all think that under your leadership, the Beyond Grade A Association will walk further and further on the right path of win-win cooperation. The few of them praised each other, as usual, before getting to the main topic. Federation President Lewis stroked his mustache and said, "We called you here today, mainly because we need your help with a problem. The chaos of the Beyond Grade A Association members privately imparting the ultimate knowledges of the various supersystems has been going on for too long. Madison deliberately allowed it when he was in power and did not care about it. Now that you're the association president, we hope you can help us deal with this problem." Han Xiao raised his brows. "I'll try, but I can't guarantee it'll work. After all, I can't restrict the private lives of every member." As if hearing Han Xiao's perfunctory words, the ethereal Pope coughed, emphasized, and slowly said, "Black Star, we take this problem very seriously. The chaos has been going on for decades, and we can't allow it to continue. There's a limit to our patience, and we hope to see the situation improve soon. I'll try my best." Han Xiao was not angry. He maintained his smile and did not reject him directly. He was not surprised, because the three universal civilizations had never released the restrictions on ultimate knowledge. The association could only spread it privately. This was an important factor to attract new blood, so Han Xiao naturally would not agree. The three universal civilizations were definitely aware of this, so they deliberately made such a request, partly to test his attitude as the new president, and partly to pave the way for the Great Purge. If he did not do so, the three universal civilizations would have an excuse to target the association. If the association compromised, it would not be a big deal. There would most likely be disagreements among the people. Furthermore, there would be a method that was always successful. The three of them gave Han Xiao a deep look. "Then, we'll wait for your results. You won't disappoint us, right?" "Of course, I've always believed in the path of a win-win situation. You know that." Han Xiao chuckled. "If there's nothing else, I'll go offline." Go about your business." Hearing this, Han Xiao gave a simple salute and hung up. The remote projection in the room disappeared. Only the three leaders were left. They looked at each other, nodded, and reached a consensus. It seems like it's time to take concrete action. Black Star had replaced the Mecha Empire, so it was time to take action. In their eyes, the biggest difference between Black Star and the Mecha Empire was that Black Star knew how to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages, unlike the Mecha Empire. The probability of him flipping the table was very small. This was also one of the reasons why they waited for Han Xiao to take action. The personality of a leader was very important. The three of them did not plan to deal with Black Star. The plan was to kill as many as they could. Basically, the peak beyond grade, as were not the targets of the three universal civilizations. Instead, they would appease and rope these people in during the operation, so as to divide the beyond grade A group. According to the personality analysis made based on the data, Black Star's tendency to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages was extremely strong. In order to take care of his own interests, there was only a very small chance that he would completely go against the three universal civilizations for the sake of other beyond grade as long as their attitude was firm enough and their methods were cruel enough, there was a high chance that Black Star would protect himself. This provided the conditions for them to split the association. The most ideal result was for the Beyond Grade A Association to be disbanded. The core and bottom forces would be wiped out, and most of the unstable factors would be eliminated. Only the direct members and peak Beyond Grade as would be left. This way, the individual strength would fall back into the control of the three universal civilizations and return to normal. While the three of them were discussing the plan, in the Black Star Corps office, Han Shao put down the communicator. His eyes flickered as he murmured, "The situation is about to reach a critical point. It seems like it's time for the revivers to appear. Coincidentally, a new member has applied to join the association recently. We can take the opportunity to appear and announce their existence to the entire universe." Half a month later on planet Finn, the Beyond Grade A Association headquarters, a small fleet slowly sailed into the spaceport of the planet with a blue tail flame. In front of the porthole on the bridge of the main ship, a thin figure stood, looking at the panoramic view of planet Finn. "We're finally here. The Beyond Grade A Association has finally accepted my application." Male heaved a sigh of relief. He was a new Beyond Grade A born a few years ago, nurtured by a star system civilization. Although the chances were slim, it was not completely impossible. There were always some civilizations who were lucky. As the only Beyond Grade A in the civilization, Male had a lot of responsibilities. After stepping into the Beyond Grade A realm, he had acted as the guardian of the civilization, helping the civilization consolidate its forces and seek benefits in the area. He did not join the Beyond Grade A Association immediately, and at the same time, he rejected the olive branches of the other civilizations. Only now did he apply to join the association. He came with a mission, hoping to gain a foothold in the Beyond Grade A Association and borrow the resources of the other members to support the civilization. Today was the welcome party that the association had specially organized for him. For this day, Male had made a lot of preparations, even asking professionals to draft a speech and memorize it. He planned to give a decent speech at the welcome party to win the favor of the others and quickly integrate into the group. "I hope everything goes well." The spaceship stopped at the port, and Male walked onto the dock. While following the receptionist to the temporary lounge of the venue, he kept rehearsing in his mind what kind of attitude he would use to speak later. Very soon, Male arrived at the door of the lounge, pushed the door open, and walked in. He subconsciously looked around and suddenly froze. There were dozens of people sitting or standing in a room, chatting casually. When they heard someone push the door open, they immediately stopped talking and focused their eyes on him. "Isn't the temporary lounge a single room? Did I enter the wrong room?" Male was stunned for a moment, took a step back, looked at the room number, and was confused. "That's right, this is the lounge where the newcomers wait to enter. Shouldn't this be my room? Where do these people come from?" At this time, the people in the room suddenly laughed. The people near the door stood up, pulled the confused Male in, and pressed him onto the sofa. "Yo, there's finally a real newcomer. Take a seat, eat something. This is the first time I've seen a newcomer of the new era." The others all came over, sized him up curiously, and greeted him. Male was sandwiched in the middle of the crowd and did not know what to do. He could not help but shout, "Who are you people? This should be my room. Unrelated people, please leave." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and revealed a subtle smile. Suddenly, their bodies trembled. Boom! The aura of a Beyond Grade A erupted and was immediately retracted. Male was shocked and froze on the spot, completely dumbfounded. This room, full of strangers, is actually all Beyond Grade as? You guys. Male's eyes widened, and his brain seemed to have short-circuited. He could not even speak properly. Biger said with a playful tone, "Don't be so nervous. We're the same as you, newcomers to the association." Impossible. How could dozens of new Beyond Grade as appear in the universe without a sound? "Who are you people?" Male suddenly stood up, completely forgetting himself. Wasn't today's welcome ceremony just to welcome him alone? Biger smiled and waved his hands. "We're not strangers. Take a good look. Do you recognize us?" Hearing this, Male hurriedly scanned the crowd, and his expression suddenly changed. "I've seen your information. You're all primordial ones? Haha, I knew you knew us. Don't look at us like that. We've only been revived. What's there to be surprised about? Viger smiled and patted Mail's shoulder. Mail sat on the sofa as if his bones had been pulled out. His eyes were lifeless, as if he had lost his soul. He looked like he had been played to the point of being broken. At this moment, his mind was completely blank, and he only had one thought left in his mind. When did I fall asleep? P.S. Book Detective of the Movie World, written by Sonia Icefield. She was reborn in America and became a detective in the police world. I read a part of it before, and it's quite interesting. If you're interested, go take a look. Thank you for the 13,000 reward. End of chapter. Chapter 1274. Just as Mahel was doubting his life, in the venue a few corridors away, the remote projections of the Beyond Grade AIM members landed in their seats one after another, chatting in twos and threes. Another welcome party today? I remember the last newcomer was Aurora. It was only half a year ago. I don't know if you guys feel it, but the frequency of Beyond Grade as being born in the past few decades seems to have increased a lot. Indeed. I remember a long time ago, it was already not bad for 3 or 4 Beyond Grades to be born in the past few decades. But in the past few decades, 8 Beyond Grades have been born. Although this is very random, it still proves that the times are improving. That's right. The population of the Galactic Society is increasing exponentially, and the research on the super system in the universe is becoming more and more complete. The Beyond Grade ACEDs have also reached a critical point. With many factors, I feel that there will be an explosion of new Beyond Grade as. Before the start of the meeting, it was customary for the members to communicate. Everyone chatted casually, and it was a lively scene. Han Zhao's projection sat on the main seat and smiled at this harmonious scene. Looking at how clueless everyone was, Han Zhao's lips curled up. These people still did not know that something big was about to happen here today. At this time, someone suddenly changed the topic to Han Zhao. A few days ago, I received a warning from the Radiant Federation, strictly forbidding me from spreading ultimate knowledge in private. Your Excellency Blackstar, are you aware of this? Hearing this, many people agreed, saying that they had also received a warning from the 3 universal civilizations. They all looked at Han Zhao. Han Zhao glanced at the direct members of the 3 universal civilizations beside him, nodded, and said, I had a talk with the heads of the 3 universal civilizations not long ago. They hope that I can rectify this situation and stop the spreading of ultimate knowledge in private. How did you answer? Manison asked calmly from the side. The 3 universal civilizations maintain the order of the Galactic Society. I will try my best to cooperate with their work without affecting the operation of the association, Han Zhao said with a smile. Manison snorted. He knew that with how slick Han Zhao was, he would not reject the 3 universal civilizations outright. The most likely scenario was that he would agree verbally. At this time, a direct descendant spoke. How do you plan to deal with this problem? I haven't decided yet. Do you have any suggestions? Han Zhao turned to look at him. I feel that one of the reasons for the private dissemination of ultimate knowledge is that the rules of the association are too lax. There are no clear restrictions on this behavior. I suggest that we improve the rules and severely punish those who disseminate ultimate knowledge. When the direct descendant spoke, the other normal association members all tacitly shut their mouths and exchanged glances. The interests of the direct descendants were different from those of normal Beyond Grade as. These were the 2 factions with the clearest boundaries. As the 3 universal civilizations became more and more dissatisfied with the actions of the Beyond Grade Association, the differences between the 2 factions grew bigger and bigger. More than once, there were already people privately suggesting that Han Zhao kick the direct descendants out of the association. Han Zhao listened to the direct line speech for a while before suddenly interrupting him and chuckling. These suggestions are not bad. I'll consider them carefully. Let's leave this topic for the next regular meeting. After all, today is a welcoming ceremony. Don't get the priority wrong. He casually skipped this topic with a meaningful tone. This direct descendant Beyond Grade A was stunned. Hearing Han Zhao's subtle warning, he could only sit down sullenly. The other beyond grade, as on the other hand, were energized. Getting the priority right was basically saying who was the master of the association. It was a disguised warning to the direct descendants not to think that the three universal civilizations could order them around. With Han Zhao's vague reply, many people relaxed a little, because Black Star's relationship with the three universal civilizations was not shallow. Some people were still uneasy, afraid that Black Star would change the tough path of the Mecha Empire and compromise with the three universal civilizations. Seeing this, Kasui helped to smooth things over. The president is right. We're gathered here today to welcome the newcomers. Let's not talk about business. Hearing this, the atmosphere became cheerful again. Everyone tacitly changed the topic and guessed the newcomers' identities. Some people even started a bet out of boredom. After arguing for a while, someone found Han Xiao and joked, "President, the newcomer this time should be male, right? It can't be that a new beyond grade A officer has appeared in the Black Star Corps, right?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. "I can only say, the newcomer this time is definitely someone everyone is familiar with." Everyone chatted while waiting. After a while, everyone finally arrived. Seeing this, Han Xiao raised his hand, signaled for everyone to quiet down, and smiled. He smiled and said, "It's about time. The welcoming ceremony can begin. Be quiet and prepare to welcome the newcomers." Hearing this, everyone quieted down and turned to look at the side door of the venue. According to tradition, the newcomers would walk out from there. Not long after, the side door was finally pushed open. Male walked out and appeared in front of everyone. Immediately, the crowd began to discuss in low voices. "It's really Male. I knew it was him. I guess right. Don't go back on your word. And why does he look weird?" Everyone sized Male up and soon noticed something strange. Male's face was dull, as if his soul had wandered out of his body. He did not move at all, as if he did not put anyone in his eyes. What's the meaning of this person standing there and not coming over? Why isn't he saying anything? Is he mute? Everyone was baffled. However, at this moment, another figure walked out from behind the door, followed by a second, a third. Soon, dozens of people walked out and squeezed Male to the side. What's going on? Isn't this the welcoming ceremony? Everyone at the scene was stunned and confused. This time, Han Xiao smiled and slowly said, "Don't be surprised. There's no need to be surprised. These people are all newcomers to the association. Everyone, please welcome them." As soon as he said that, everyone was dumbfounded, with the "Are you F*** king" kidding the expression. Even the direct members of the three universal civilizations who were watching silently widened their eyes in shock. Without any prior notice, they had thought that today was a normal welcoming ceremony. They did not expect such an unexpected situation to occur. Every welcome party was specially held for one person. When had they ever accepted so many newcomers at once? Furthermore, since when were there so many new beyond grade as in the universe? This number was almost 1/3 of the association. This was simply impossible. Could it be that today is some kind of festival? So, the president is purposely teasing us? That must be it. As this thought flashed through everyone's mind, they subconsciously sized up the dozens of newcomers. Suddenly, they trembled. Wait, these people look so familiar. They're the primordial ones? How is that possible? The primordial ones have been dead for so many years. They must be pretending to be like this. Oh my, they look exactly the same. Their disguise skills are too good. Everyone hurriedly went online to search for information about the primordial ones. When they matched up with the revivers present, they could not help but be surprised. Manison frowned and looked at Han Xiao. "What do you mean by this? Deliberately finding a group of people to pretend to be the primordial ones and even asking them to join the association? What are you doing? You think it's fake too?" Han Xiao glanced at him and was not surprised. After all, in the eyes of those who did not know, this was too unbelievable. Any normal person would be suspicious. He slowly stood up and looked around at the audience. The smile on his face gradually widened as he said resolutely, "I know everyone has doubts, but the group of people you see are the beyond grade as who existed in history. They rose from the grave of time, brushed away the dust of history, and came back to life. In the end, they decided to join the association and shine for the entire Beyond Grade A class. As soon as he said that, the place fell so silent that one could hear a pin drop. All the Beyond Grade as present were stunned. Their faces were filled with "Your F asterisk king kidding me." Only one person was an exception. Kasuyi was so excited that his entire body was trembling. He was another person who knew about the Sanctum Revival, so he immediately connected the dots. Could this be the result of Black Star disappearing for 4 months? Tell me, is this true? Kasuyi turned his head and stared at Han Xiao. He could not wait to know the answer, afraid that this was just a joke. Han Xiao looked back at him with a tacit understanding and slowly said, "I swear on my promise. I swear on my reputation that I'm not joking with anyone today." At this moment, ecstasy, shock, admiration, and other emotions exploded in Kasuyi's heart. At this moment, there was only one thought left in his mind: Black Star. He succeeded. At this moment, Biger, who was the leader, chuckled and stepped forward. He met everyone's bewildered gazes and said calmly, "Juniors, the times have changed." As soon as he said that, dozens of Beyond Grade as soared into the sky. This time, they did not hold back at all. Boom! With a loud sound, the ceiling of the entire venue was suddenly blown away, and the ground and walls cracked inch by inch. A huge pressure suddenly swept across the entire planet. At this moment, all the living beings on planet Finn were pressed to the ground by the pressure, and an ear-piercing alarm rang through the sky. The Beyond Grade as present were all remote projections, so they could not feel the impact on the spot. However, everyone had an office on planet Finn. Almost at the same time, everyone received an emergency detection report from the office. Every radar detection showed dozens of Beyond Grade A energy sources, and the targets were these dozens of people. There was no better evidence than this. At this moment, all the members present had a drastic change in expression. They were in disbelief and shock. This is actually true? The primordial ones are really alive? How is this possible? Everyone was stunned. An irresistible impact instantly shattered their worldview, leaving only endless confusion. At this moment, there were almost no words that could describe the shock in their hearts. Even Manison was stunned for a few seconds. He suddenly turned around and stared at Han Xiao. "What'd you do? How did they come back to life?" Everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream, and their shocked gazes landed on Han Xiao. These revivers were all recommended by Black Star to join the guild, so he definitely had something to do with it. He definitely knew all the details. "Black Star, what's going on? Answer us. Say something." One after another, they could not wait to know the answer. Looking at the excited crowd, Han Xiao smiled and slowly opened his mouth. Finally, the truth was revealed. In this world, there's a special information form phenomenon called Sanctum Revival. As long as you step into the Beyond Grade A realm, you'll be able to leave a record. Even if you die an unnatural death without leaving anything behind, someone else can trigger this phenomenon and come back to life. There's only one chance for this, and it's equivalent to giving all Beyond Grade as a second life. I'm using this phenomenon to revive them in the grave of history. After receiving an affirmative answer, everyone was stunned. Then, shock and ecstasy exploded in everyone's minds. There's actually such a miraculous phenomenon in the universe that works on Beyond Grade as. Could it be another space wonder? Everyone realized that this was a blessing for the entire Beyond Grade A realm. If they had heard of such a thing, they would most likely have scoffed at it and would not have believed it. However, with a living example in front of them, it proved that Han Xiao was not lying. The next second, the way everyone looked at Han Xiao changed. Black Star had revived so many primordial ones, which meant that he had grasped how to use it. He had mentioned the mechanism, but did not explain how to use the Sanctum Revival. So, for now, Black Star was probably the only way for them to enjoy this Sanctum Revival. Thinking about it from another perspective, Black Star had only been the president for about half a year. Logically speaking, he should have grasped the Sanctum Revival method long ago. If he had not become the president, he might have kept it a secret at this moment, Everyone felt that choosing Black Star as the president was the wisest decision. Han Xiao glanced at everyone, took in their expressions, and chuckled. Since everyone is no longer suspicious, don't forget the theme of today's welcome party. As he spoke, Han Xiao raised his hand, and the seats at the round table began to adjust. Rows of new seats extended from the ground, which were reserved for the revivers. Then, he was the first to applaud. Everyone, welcome the return of the old era with me. Chapter 1275. Clap, clap, clap. With Han Xiao taking the lead, the others could only suppress the shock in their hearts and clap along with him. They felt like they were witnessing history. The true portrayal of their current mood was probably like being suddenly robbed by bandits while eating hot pot and singing. It was too *king surprising. Seeing this, the dozens of revivers smiled and sat down. Some of the primordial ones saw a male standing there dumbly and even kindly pulled him to sit with them. The applause gradually stopped, and Han Xiao sat down again. He looked at Baiger and the others, smiled, and said, "Everyone, do you want to introduce yourselves?" "I don't think there's a need." Baiger waved his hand and looked around. "If you want to know who we are, just look up history." Everyone nodded subconsciously. The primordial ones were extremely famous, and almost every beyond grade knew their names like the back of their hand. There was indeed no need to introduce them. This time, Dylan raised his smooth, white chin slightly. "Although I'm not a primordial one, there shouldn't be anyone here who doesn't know me, right?" Everyone turned to look at him. Among the revivers, there were a few historical beyond grade as who were not primordial ones. Compared to them, they were not that famous, so there were quite a few who did not know Dylan. "Who are you?" Sun Hunter was curious. "TSK, there's really someone who doesn't know me?" Dylan glanced at him. "Little thing, listen carefully. I'm the Elf King, Dylan. Go back and learn more about history. Don't ask such an ignorant question next time." Sun Hunter was stunned for a moment before flying into a rage. "Do you know how to speak? How dare you call me little thing? If not for the fact that my main body is not here, do you believe that I would have stuffed dozens of cannon barrels into your mouth and blown you to death?" On the other side, many mages were shocked. "So, it's the famous Elf King in the history of magic. It said that you opened up a new path and created a special elven spell system. It has been passed down to this day and has become the mainstream spell system of the elves. Unfortunately, due to your sudden death, some profound secret techniques have been lost forever. I hope to have the chance to learn from you in the future." Austin could not help but express his goodwill. A mage's desire for spells was like a mechanic's curiosity for technology. Hearing this, Dylan lowered his head and scratched his nails. He pursed his lips and said, "It depends on my mood. I usually don't like to communicate with untalented mages, but if I'm in a good mood, it's not impossible to be lenient." Austin's expression froze, and he shut his mouth in embarrassment. The other mages who wanted to make friends with him also shut their mouths when they saw this. They did not want to be snubbed. Seeing this, many people looked at Dylan in realization. It turned out that this person's words were so strange. No wonder he died so miserably in history. He deserved it. Seeing that the atmosphere had become a little strange, Baiger changed the topic and said with a smile, "I have to say, this association is quite well done. In our era, there was no such good environment. The person who established the association was really far-sighted and ambitious. I'm very impressed." "I think so too." Han Xiao smiled. Hearing that, everyone couldn't help but glance at Han Xiao, then at Baiger, whose expression didn't change. "You're still the same, old man. This flattery is really strong. One dares to flatter, and the other dares to accept it." Baiger turned to look at everyone and said kindly, "There's still a long way to go. I hope we can get closer." Everyone nodded and responded. No one put on an arrogant expression. The primordial ones were the pioneers who had created a new era, so they still had the necessary respect. The welcome party finally returned to its original purpose. The two groups of people communicated for a while, and the dozens of revivers integrated into the association. The original members of the association also composed themselves. No matter how unbelievable they found it, they had no choice but to accept the reality of the old people opening their coffins and rising. Although they had accepted the revivers, everyone was still full of doubts. They were very curious about how Black Star had discovered the Sanctum revival phenomenon, how he had persuaded the revivers to join the association where the revivers had stayed in the past, and so on. Han Xiao, on the other hand, acted calmly and skimmed over these questions without explaining. Everyone's hearts were itching. Their impression of Han Xiao became even more mysterious, and their attitude toward him became more and more respectful. No one knew how much power Black Star still had hidden under the water. They only felt that it was unfathomable. However, the more this was the case, the more relieved the members of the Beyond Grade A Association were. In the past, for the protection and resources of the association, everyone had obeyed the rules and listened to orders. Now, there was an even more important reason. The Sanctum Revival gave everyone confidence. Originally, some people were still worried about the warning of the three universal civilizations, but now that their mentality had stabilized, their fear of the three universal civilizations instantly disappeared. While everyone was chatting, Manison was silently watching from the side, his heart filled with shock. Black Star, so this is the trump card you prepared. Beautiful. The significance of the Sanctum Revival to us is extraordinary. Not only will it increase the confidence of the members to face risks, but it will also strengthen the cohesion of the association. The group will be unprecedentedly united. Furthermore, reviving the past Beyond Grade, as is another way to quickly replenish fresh blood. This is much more efficient than waiting for new Beyond Grade as. The strength of the association will expand in a short period of time and be reborn, breaking through the safety lines set by the three universal civilizations. They will have to think twice before making a move. This way, I won't have to take the risk of releasing the artificial intelligence virus. Manison secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had always been worried that Black Star's peaceful path would become the basis for the three universal civilizations to make a move. He was worried that it would be difficult to shake the determination of the three universal civilizations with just Black Star's influence. However, it seemed that Black Star's response was completely out of his expectations. He was immediately relieved that he had such a trump card. Manison had to admit that this move of Black Star's was much more effective than his virus deterrence plan, which was to kill 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of his own men. Although the two of them usually did not get along, he acknowledged Han Zhao's ability. At this moment, he felt relieved that he did not trust the wrong person. On the other side, Kasuyi glanced at Han Xiao from time to time, finding him more and more pleasing to the eye. Kasuyi was not ignorant about the Sanctum Revival. He was probably the only one present other than Han Xiao who knew that there was no limit to the number of times the Sanctum Revival could be used. He was more excited than anyone else. He did not know why Han Xiao pretended that there was only one chance for the Sanctum Revival, but after thinking about it, he could guess the general intention. Naturally, he would not expose it on the spot. At this moment, Kasuyi could not help but feel lucky. Fortunately, I have a good relationship with Black Star and have not offended him. Also, it's fortunate that the companion I chose for the Celestial Star Alliance trip is Black Star. If it were anyone else, even if they knew about the existence of the Sanctums, they would probably be like me, clueless for decades. I wonder how Han Xiao mastered the Sanctum Revival. Kasuyi did not know about the existence of the Holy Covenant organization. He thought that the trip to the secondary dimensions was the only inspiration Han Xiao had received. He secretly sighed that he had chosen the most reliable companion. While most of the association members were pleasantly surprised and excited, only the direct members of the three universal civilizations had solemn expressions. From a personal point of view, the Sanctum Revival was indeed a blessing for the Beyond Grade as. However, from the perspective of the civilization, the fact that the Beyond Grade A Association had this method was undoubtedly earth-shattering bad news for the direct members. Beyond Grade as have an extra life. If we can't get rid of the unstable factors once and for all, it'll be troublesome. Even if we can get rid of them once, The dead will definitely become smarter after being revived and will hide in the dark to take revenge. The core of the problem is Black Star. Only he has the method of the Sanctum Revival. Unless we kill him first or get the method of the Sanctum Revival from him, it's almost impossible to split the Beyond Grade A Association. Many of the direct members frowned, and similar thoughts flashed through their minds. They had more or less received news that the upper echelons of the civilizations were about to deal a substantial blow to the Beyond Grade A Association. At this juncture, Black Star had revealed his true intentions and deliberately revealed this method. In their eyes, it was undoubtedly a warning signal, wanting to use this move to intimidate the three universal civilizations so that they would not dare act rashly. Furthermore, the high-end combatants of the association had suddenly soared by 1/3. Even if the upper echelons of their own civilization wanted to make a move, they would have to consider the cost again. For the sake of the entire Beyond Grade, as he did not hesitate to take on the pressure himself. This is not like Black Star's usual style. Thinking of this, many direct members looked at Han Xiao meaningfully. Han Xiao also noticed the gazes of these direct members. His face was calm, and he smiled in his heart. The calamity of the supers was inevitable. Sooner or later, the conflict would erupt. Although he had now become the detonator of the calamity of the supers, his fundamental goal had never changed. One was to find a way to make the three universal civilizations hesitate and stabilize them. This way, he could control the intensity of the conflict between the calamity of the supers and preserve more strength to deal with the World Tree War that would come at any time. Another goal was for his own sake. His position would only be more stable if he mixed well with the entire class. I've finally taken this step. There's no turning back. I can only guide the torrent of the times and keep rushing forward. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Han Xiao calmed himself down, clapped his hands, and interrupted everyone's conversation. Now that everyone knows each other, there will be plenty of opportunities to interact in the future. Let's end today's welcome party here. In the next regular meeting, we will discuss the allocation of resources and help these seniors build their forces. Everyone nodded and had no objections. With a large group of Beyond Grade, as a portion of the benefits would definitely be taken away. However, because of the existence of the Sanctum Revival, almost everyone had made the decision to deepen their relationship with Han Xiao. Han Xiao's authority in the association had already expanded to the extreme, and he basically meant what he said. All right, let's end the meeting today. Han Xiao smiled, directly deactivated the remote projection, and disappeared. Seeing this, everyone dispersed with their own thoughts. No matter what kind of feelings they had, everyone realized that from today onwards, the ecology of the Beyond Grade as had been rewritten. When what happened in this venue today spread out, the structure of the entire galactic society would be greatly impacted. A storm of change would definitely be set off from here and sweep across the entire universe. The initiator was Black Star, who had not revealed himself for the past few decades and suddenly released a trump card. The many Beyond Grade as had a vague feeling that Black Star, who they had pushed to the top, might very well be the beginning of a new era. The content of this welcome party was not kept a secret. With the help of people with ulterior motives, the news spread faster than expected. The next day, it spread throughout the major star fields, and countless media outlets wrote all kinds of reports, competing to be the first to broadcast. For a time, the news media channels in the major regions were all shocking. The return of the primordial ones. Truth or lie? The truth of the Sanctum Revival. Shocking news from the Beyond Grade A Association. Where did the dozens of new Beyond Grades come from? Black Star, welcome the return of the old era. Such headlines. Who knew how many galactic residents and galactic organizations saw this news, and their first reaction was disbelief, thinking that this was false information. The Sanctum Revival could revive dead Beyond Grade as the primordial ones who had long been buried by history were collectively resurrected? Stop joking, okay? Even a TV series would not dare to film this. However, a few days later, As the Beyond Grade A Association members personally admitted the authenticity of the news, the entire Galactic Society was dumbfounded. Was this really true? The historical figures in the textbooks came back to life? If I'm not crazy, then the world is crazy. The emotions of countless people exploded. Driven by panic, fanaticism, and shock, the news spread faster and faster, and the Galactic Society that had been peaceful for decades was once again stirred up. Be it ordinary people or supers, civilizations or civil organizations, almost everyone vaguely saw a storm brewing rapidly, and they all had the same strong premonition. This universe seemed to be about to undergo a great change. Chapter 1276. Thanks to the emergency report from the direct Beyond Grade, as after the meeting ended, the three universal civilizations already knew about the revival of the primordial ones before the public opinion even exploded. When this report was sent to the table, the three highest leaders were all shocked. They hurriedly contacted each other and called for an emergency meeting. In the highest conference room, the projections of Bruce, Lewis, and the ethereal Pope were at different ends. Beside them sat the upper echelons of their respective civilizations who were qualified to participate in the meeting. The core leaders of the three universal civilizations were gathered, and the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Reviving historical Beyond Grade, as Blackstar actually has such an unbelievable method. He hit it so well and only showed it now in a high-profile manner. He did it on purpose. Marbruce's expression was grave, and he was both shocked and furious. He had already tried his best to take Blackstar seriously, but he did not expect to still underestimate him. As a leader of the hardline faction, seeing Blackstar suddenly take out such a trump card that could shake the structure of the universe, his anger could not be quenched. He thought that this ally of his had completely broken free from the dynasty's control. Lewis said with a deep voice, "That's right. Blackstar has been planning this for a long time. He might have been just waiting for an opportunity. Now that he sensed the risk, he decided to use this trump card to disrupt all of our arrangements." The ethereal Pope frowned and said, "The situation is not good for us. The return of some historical Beyond Grade has increased the strength of the association by about a third. If we use the original plan to eliminate the Beyond Grade, as the price will increase exponentially, and it will probably shake the order of the entire Galactic Society. Furthermore, this is only the first batch of revivers. Blackstar can revive more people." The three of them were all shocked and furious. Their plan had already entered the preparation stage, but the sudden situation brought by Blackstar gave them a fright. They had no choice but to stop all of their current actions and discuss countermeasures. As the source of this trouble, Blackstar's good impression of the three of them completely disappeared, leaving only endless hostility. Even though Blackstar was the dynasty's ally in name, Bruce was still hostile toward him. When the other party was beneficial to their rule, even if there was a personal grudge, they could still work together with a smile. However, Blackstar's actions had broken the balance of the universe. He was already shaking the foundation of the three universal civilizations' rule. Those titles and positions could not stop them from becoming enemies. There was nothing to talk about. The way the three of them saw it, they had given Blackstar so many benefits, only to have Blackstar stab them in the back. If not for the fear of Blackstar's strength, influence, and connections, the three of them would have gathered the army and destroyed the Blackstar Corps directly. Bruce suppressed the impulse in his heart and said with a deep voice, "This is already a very dangerous situation. If it's already so troublesome in the short term, it'll be even more dangerous in the long term. Don't forget, many Beyond Grade, as in history, have grudges with us, such as the guardians of the civilizations we destroyed in the exploration era, or the Beyond Grade, as who were implicated in the tragedy of the Pinnacles. If they come back, it's very likely that they'll take revenge on us." The upper echelons present all knew the severity of not being able to eliminate the root of the problem, and they could only shudder. Although the three universal civilizations had many direct Beyond Grade, as their numbers could not be compared to the number of enemies in history. Once the enemies revived on a large scale, their direct forces would very likely be wiped out by the enemies, causing the civilizations to lose all protection in the field of individual strength. The strongest thing about Beyond Grade, as was their special strategic significance. One person could form an army, and they had unparalleled flexibility, without direct forces to suppress them. Even if the three universal civilizations could still eliminate the Beyond Grade, as with their fleets, technology, and various universal treasures, the cost would increase exponentially. The ethereal Pope thought further and said solemnly, from the overall situation, even if we don't take into account the enemies, the three universal civilizations' ruling position is in danger of being overturned. The Sanctum Revival will increase the life expectancy of the Beyond Grade as in increase their risk resistance, causing the accumulation of the total number of Beyond Grade, as in the universe, to increase qualitatively. With this trend, in the near future, the total number of Beyond Grade, as will break the balance between civilizations and individual strength, enough to break the foundation of our rule. At that time, it will be difficult to reverse the situation. It will no longer be the Beyond Grade, as who are worried about us taking action, but us who are afraid of the Beyond Grade Eighth Association's ambition. As he spoke, the ethereal Pope suddenly sighed helplessly. But what's the use of knowing the trend? Black Star's trump card has contributed to the balance under deterrence. He has the remote control to change the era. We can't act rashly anymore. Hearing this, the three of them fell silent. The current situation was like a nuclear deterrent, and the three universal civilizations no longer dared to fall out with each other. Even though their civilization was extremely powerful, in the face of such an unexpected situation, the three of them still felt helpless and became more and more annoyed with Han Xiao. There seems to be only one solution, and that is for us to control the Sanctum Revivals. The only thing we can do now is to negotiate with Black Star as soon as possible and figure out his plans. The three of them nodded and reached a consensus, secretly regretting it. When the hard-hearted Mecha Empire led the association, they did not act rashly and waited for Black Star to take over. However, from the looks of it now, Black Star was more dangerous than the Mecha Empire. He had hidden himself too deeply. The Mecha Empire's path was two polar opposites, and Black Star's path was one of deterrence, which did not have much of a negative impact on the development of the Beyond Grade as. Instead, it was almost only beneficial, which was much more unsolvable than the Mecha Empire's method of mutual destruction. If we had known earlier, when the Beyond Grade A Association was first established, we would have. Sigh, what's the use of knowing earlier? We were not the ones in charge back then. Just how big of a mess did our predecessor leave for us? Marbruce could not help but think of the warning he had heard from Urinril decades ago. Be careful of Black Star. He's 100 times more dangerous than the Mecha Empire. At this point, he could only sigh and say as expected. Without any delay, the three of them directly dispersed all the upper echelons, sent out an invitation, and prepared to have a private talk with Han Xiao. The three of them did not have to wait long, and soon, Han Xiao's remote projection arrived. Your Excellencies, what a coincidence that we meet again so soon. Han Xiao's attitude was still the same, slightly nodding with a faint smile on his face. Although Han Xiao's tone was exactly the same as before, the three of them felt that there was a hint of mockery in it. Marbruce suppressed the urge to strangle Han Xiao and said with a deep voice, Black Star, I'm sure you know why we called you over. Long story short, what exactly is the Sanctum Revival? Han Xiao blinked. I'm not too sure either. I also discovered this strange phenomenon by chance. Maybe it's some kind of space wonder. The corners of the three of their mouths twitched. Don't mention the term space wonder anymore. Just hearing it gives me a headache. Then, what's the process of the Sanctum Revival like? Are there any rules or restrictions? Lewis continued. I'm not too sure either. I haven't studied it thoroughly yet. Han Xiao shrugged. The ethereal Pope cleared his throat and said with a deep voice, I wonder if you're willing to share the method of the Sanctum Revival. We can discuss anything you want. Han Xiao smiled, but did not say anything. Little brother, what are you thinking? Seeing this, the three of them also knew that this request was wishful thinking and were secretly unwilling. Bruce clenched his teeth and said with a deep voice, "Black Star, you should know what kind of chaos the Sanctum Revival will bring to the Galactic Society. What's your motive for reviving these historical beyond grade as? What's your purpose?" Hearing this, Han Shao smiled. "What are you talking about? I just want to test if the Sanctum Revival was effective. I didn't expect to accidentally revive this group of people. This was just an experiment accident. I can't possibly stuff them back into their graves, right?" Bruce almost exploded with anger. Experiment accident? Only a fool would believe this reason. The ethereal Pope took over and said with a serious tone, "Whether it's an accident or not, the Beyond Grade A Association now has a group of so-called newcomers. We really want to know how you're going to deal with this problem." What the three of them were most worried about was that Black Star would take the initiative to take action with this group of new people. There's no need to deal with them. Since they joined the association, they're naturally part of the association. There's no need for special treatment. I'll only give them a certain amount of resources and assistance according to the established rules of the association. As for other things, as long as they don't violate the rules of the association, I won't care. Han Zhao's attitude was stubborn. "That's not enough. You know very well what we mean. We hope you can guarantee that the Beyond Grade A Association will always abide by the rules." Han Shao chuckled. "Even if I guarantee it, would you believe me?" The three of them shook their heads helplessly. Indeed, not to mention that the foundation of trust between the two sides had already collapsed. Even if they believed in Black Star, their own responsibilities required them to plan ahead and prepare for the worst. It was useless for anyone to guarantee it. The three of them did not dare show a hostile attitude toward Black Star now. In the past, although Black Star had a huge family business, he was still eating from them. However, it was different now. Due to the existence of the Sanctum Revival, Black Star himself had the meaning of strategic deterrence and detonator. He was already on equal footing with the three universal civilizations. Bruce narrowed his eyes and suddenly said, "Black Star, are you still an ally of the dynasty?" Han Shao glanced at him, thought for a while, and said, "The alliance hasn't been torn apart. The dynasty has always provided me with a lot of help. Of course, we're allies." Completely falling out with them was not in his interest, and Han Shao did not want to do so. Bruce's eyes flashed. "Then I want to cooperate with you. Since you have the means of the Sanctum Revival, I hope you can revive God or the other Beyond Grade as of the dynasty." "I'll think about it." Han Shao raised his brows and said, "Of course, it was impossible for him to revive the direct members of the three universal civilizations." Seeing this, the three of them knew that it was impossible to get anything else from Han Shao, so they could only hold back their dissatisfaction and end the communication. In a huge room, the three of them looked at each other and fell silent. Bruce pondered for a while before saying, "The original plan for the cleansing should be canceled. We need a new response plan. I have roughly 3 ideas. One is to start with Black Star, use spies to infiltrate and find a way to get information on the Sanctum Revival. The second is to divide the association, rope in some revivers, and try to ask them about the Sanctum Revival. As for the third," as he spoke, he glanced at the two of them and seemed to hesitate for a while before continuing, "We should form a joint research team. We should independently study the secrets of the Sanctum Revival. I believe that Radiance and Ethereal are not completely ignorant of this. They both have some information." The other two were stunned, paused, and slowly nodded. The three universal civilizations came from the exploration era, so they naturally knew something about the sanctums. The direct Beyond Grade, as would occasionally receive some inspiration and leave some vague information. Furthermore, due to the rumors among the primordial ones during the exploration era, this was not the first time the three universal civilizations had heard of the revival of Beyond Grade as. When they learned about the revival of the dead, they immediately thought of this confidential information that could not be verified. This relevant information was all high-level secrets of the three universal civilizations, and they only wanted to study it themselves. However, Because the information was extremely incomplete, the research had been progressing slowly without any clues. Most of the projects had been stopped long ago, and even the authenticity of this information was suspected. Now that the situation had changed, and the foundation of the three universal civilizations rule was threatened, Bruce felt that now was not the time to hide. I suggest that we share all the relevant secrets, piece together the clues we have, and study the so-called sanctum revival together. Only then will we have a small chance of making progress in a short period of time. After hesitating for a while, Lewis slowly nodded. Looks like this is the best way for now. Let's do it. The ethereal Pope nodded, indicating that he agreed. Suddenly, he changed the topic and said, in the short term, the possibility of us solving this problem is very small. However, in the long term, although we can't stop the revival of the historical beyond grade, as it's not impossible to suppress the number of beyond grade as. We can't stop the revival of the dead, but we can reduce the number of new beyond grade, as in stop them from growing endlessly. You mean, the other two's eyes flickered. The ethereal Pope's eyes flickered with an inexplicable light as he said in a low voice, the birth of the beyond grade as comes from the universe. The birth of beyond grade as comes from the huge base of supers in the universe. If we wipe out the calamity grades with potential, causing a gap in the superclass, or even cutting off the inheritance of super knowledge at the bottom level, we might be able to make the beyond grade as lose new blood. Hearing this, Bruce and Lewis were shocked. They could not help but be shocked by the ethereal Pope's generosity. Supers had always been an important part of the galactic society, but this was to uproot the supers and remove the firewood from the bottom of the cauldron. Even with their knowledge, they felt that this idea was too crazy. However, if only the advanced civilizations could nurture supers in the universe, how stable would the security be? How solid would the foundation of their rule be? The two of them could not help but imagine that scene. They had to admit that this blueprint was indeed tempting, and they were a little tempted. At the same time, in the Army Commander's personal machinery factory in Black Star Palace, Han Xiao put away the communicator, recalled the conversation with the leaders of the three universal civilizations, and exhaled softly. The balance has been formed. The three universal civilizations should have given up on the idea of a great purge. They'll most likely wait and see for a while and won't flip the table. This way, the intensity of the calamity of the supers is temporarily controlled, but I don't know how long it will last. Han Xiao nodded. The appearance of the revivers in advance, the exposure of the sanctum revival. The butterfly effect he brought would definitely change the course of the calamity of the supers, and it would not develop like in his previous life. However, he could not be sure to what extent the calamity of the super storyline would change, so he could only improvise. P.S. Book, The Imperial Teacher of Great Sway, written by the author. Just look at the title of the book. Those who like historical novels should take a look. Chapter 1277. Although we haven't completely shed all pretense of cordiality, our relationship is almost frozen. Han Xiao stroked his chin and thought to himself. Although the storyline had changed, he had predicted the actions of the three universal civilizations. The three leaders naturally had the intention of negotiating with him. However, Han Xiao had no intention of negotiating at all. The fundamental conflict was already on the surface, and if he did not resolve this, negotiations would be useless. The result of the negotiation that the three universal civilizations wanted was nothing more than for him to not revive historical beyond grade, as at will, the targets of revival had to be selected by them, and the number of revivals could not exceed a certain number. In short, he was not allowed to use the sanctum revival at will, which was the most in line with the needs of the three universal civilizations. Even if he compromised, as long as the three universal civilizations did not grasp the sanctum revival, their actions would not change. The foundation of trust had been shattered, and nothing could dispel their fear. The fundamental conflict of interest had already made it impossible for the two sides to reach consensus. Han Xiao naturally did not want to tie his hands and feet. Now that the deterrence and balance had been barely achieved, it did not matter if he did not negotiate. However, even if he did not negotiate, he did not want to excessively stimulate the nerves of the three universal civilizations. When the Holy Covenant revived a new beyond grade A in the future, as long as the three universal civilizations did not take any further action, he did not plan to expose it. The three universal civilizations have turned against us. Although it's not to the extent of being openly hostile, my business cooperation with the three universal civilizations should slowly be removed, and those resources will naturally not be given to me anymore. TSK. Mar Bruce didn't like me in the first place. It was only because of the agreement unravel signed that he had no choice but to continue supporting me unwillingly. Now, he can finally terminate the cooperation with me legitimately. However, I'm probably not the only one who will receive such treatment. Other than the direct descendants and allies who have not made a clear statement, it will be very difficult for the others to cooperate with the three universal civilizations. I still have to strengthen the independence of the association. Han Zhao's eyes turned. The nature of the storm caused by the Beyond Grade A Association this time had changed. The three universal civilizations would most likely not continue to support the enemy, and non-armed countermeasures, such as economic sanctions in the future, could not be ruled out. With the three universal civilizations taking the lead, a large number of affiliated civilizations would also terminate their cooperation with certain Beyond Grade A organizations. If some targeted policies were introduced, many galactic financial groups would consciously terminate their contracts with the Beyond Grade A organizations, making the development of the Beyond Grade A organizations difficult. No matter how strong an individual was, the development of the organization could not be achieved overnight. Han Zhao did not doubt the influence of the three universal civilizations in this regard. At a certain level, free trade would eventually become a political issue. However, for the three Beyond Grade A organizations, it would be a huge loss, and many of their channels would be cut off. Under such circumstances, the Superstar Cluster Alliance would most likely take advantage of the situation and try to contact some of the Beyond Grade as to replace the position of the three universal civilizations. However, perhaps the three universal civilizations would rather turn to the Superstar Cluster Alliance instead of continuing to work with the Beyond Grade A Association. Of course, even if the three universal civilizations did this, they would not do it in a high-profile manner. This battle would only take place out of the sight of most galactic residents. These problems might not happen in the short term, but it was necessary for the Beyond Grade A Association to establish a profit system independent of the three universal civilizations, in Han Zhao's opinion. The current interest system could only be considered a half-finished product, and it still needed to be further improved. Countless organizations have contacted me over the past few days to ask about the Sanctum Revival. These are all resources that can be used. Han Zhao scratched his chin thoughtfully. To ordinary people, although the Sanctum Revival was magical, it had little to do with them. However, the financial groups with a better sense of business were requesting further cooperation, thinking that this was a huge business opportunity. In Han Zhao's opinion, these were all cornerstones that had been delivered to his doorstep. The various financial groups had always been important partners of the Beyond Grade A organizations. However, if the three universal civilizations adopted economic sanctions in the future, these financial groups would be stuck between the two camps and would have no choice but to choose. However, during such an emergency, Han Zhao did not want to explain the risks to the investors. He planned to let the association deepen its cooperation with these financial groups and not let them run away. If economic sanctions were really imposed one day, these financial groups would either continue to provide benefits for the association or cut their meat and withdraw. In short, they would not be allowed to leave unscathed. They would all be cut like leeks. If they lost the peaceful environment, they could only take more radical measures. With the association's power, they should be able to ensure that the bankers could collect their debts smoothly. On the other hand, for some organizations that had Beyond Grade as, or once had Beyond Grade as, the Sanctum Revival was more important. Among them, Han Xiao paid the most attention to the descendants of the various beyond grade as. During this period, many people had tried to contact him, expressing their desire to revive their ancestors. The descendants of the historical beyond grade as are both a medium source and a high-value talent pool. The Sanctum Revival is a rare commodity in my hands. I can exchange some things with these races, Han Xiao whispered. Reviving a dead beyond grade, it would most likely only earn the other party's gratitude. But if others requested to revive a target, they would be able to obtain more substantial benefits from them. As the saying went, where there was demand, there would be a market. In Han Xiao's opinion, this might be the correct way to open the Sanctum Revival. However, he was only thinking about it now. To maintain a sense of mystery, it would be vulgar to talk about money. It was not the time yet. Han Xiao wrote and drew on the memo, recording his thoughts one after another. The president was in charge of guiding the development of the association, so he had to consider all aspects and prepare early. Very soon, the memo was densely written. Han Xiao listed the tasks that needed to be completed at the moment. It looked complicated and trivial. He browsed through it from the beginning and nodded. That's basically it for the development of the association, and the organization is only one aspect. I've taken the pressure on myself, and my own strength is the foundation to maintain all of this. While thinking, Han Xiao opened the interface and smiled. With the revivers joining the association, the bonus of proof of leadership had a small increase. In the past few decades, he had digested most of Jay's technological treasures and created all kinds of gold equipment. He had already walked very far on the path of God's trait transformation. The machinery God's trait transformation had already reached the peak of LV-15, and he had used a lot of mission completion cards. The void God's trait transformation had also reached LV-9, which was also a very high level. The bonuses brought by the two increased his energy rank by thousands of ona. At the same time, when the machinery God's trait transformation reached the 15th level, it brought about additional enhancements, such as obtaining the first Sanctum fragment and increasing the chances of forming a unique talent by 15%. However, unlike the previous two times, this time, the unknown talent was finally activated and turned into a new talent, Mechanical Divinity. This was a special reward for reaching the peak of the machinery branch. It had a comprehensive effect, and the range of bonuses covered ability strength, mechanical force affinity, manufacturing efficiency, basic attributes, endurance, and so on. It increased Han Xiao's energy rank by another 900 ona. Other than that, Mechanical Divinity had two additional abilities. The first was that when using mechanical force to connect to machinery, he could slowly stack his statuses, becoming stronger the more he fought. The second was that, during the next promotion, he would obtain an additional life level leap. In Han Xiao's opinion, this was probably the most crucial effect of this talent. Only then could it be called a transformation. As for the other Void Path, it mainly strengthened his racial characteristics and basic attributes, and his racial talents had improved quite a bit. At the 5th level, the Black Star race's talent, Mechanical Genius, had evolved by a huge leap. At the same time, he had also obtained a Sanctum fragment, which was also from the first Sanctum. As for exclusive talents, Han Xiao was finally not completely clueless. After decades of research, he finally triggered a notification related to exclusive talents. Exclusive talents were not the type that could be comprehended instantly. The mechanism was that during related activities, a certain amount of progress would be randomly obtained. Only when the progress reached 100% would a true talent be formed. The frequency and range of triggering depended on the exclusive talent formation probability. Because of the bonus from God's trait transformation, Han Xiao had only managed to activate the embryonic form. After decades, he had only triggered it about 3 times. The probability was very low, and the progress was only at 44.7%. According to this speed, a normal beyond grade, it would take more than 100 years to create an exclusive talent. Awakening points could speed up this process, but Han Xiao had not been able to harvest leaks for decades, so he had been very frugal. He did not upgrade his abilities much, so he naturally did not have many awakening points. Han Technician looked at the interface and silently calculated his strength. The energy rank increase brought to me by the various talents is too high. I've already pulled away from the first tier beyond grade, as in the universe. I might really be able to create a new level during the level 360 promotion. It's best to push the God's trait transformation path to the peak before the promotion to maximize the benefits. The gold grade blueprints in Jay's technological treasure trove might not be enough, but I should be able to collect a wave of them the next time I enter the first sanctum. I won't have to worry about not having enough God's trait transformation points. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. He was secretly looking forward to it. It seemed like no one had ever stepped into the higher realm of individual strength in any iteration. He wondered what it would feel like then, in the Supercluster Alliance's joint conference room. Who would have thought that the Beyond Grade A Association would give us such a big surprise? The leaders of the various supercluster civilizations gathered together. They could barely hide the smiles on their faces. Ever since their defeat in the Flickering War, the Supercluster Alliance had been chased out of the flickering world by the three universal civilizations. They could only endure the humiliation, return home to lick their wounds, recuperate, and lie dormant to look for other opportunities. However, they did not expect that in just a few decades, the structure of the universe would change. The conflict between the Beyond Grade as and the three universal civilizations has begun. Blackstar is always full of surprises. He actually dug up those dead people. This time, the three universal civilizations will definitely not sit still. This is our chance. The Star Arc civilization's leader's eyes sparkled. This is indeed a good time to intervene. It's another direction to shake the rule of the three universal civilizations. We can improve on the basis of the original plan, someone said with a smile. Even while recuperating, the Supercluster Alliance had not been idle. They had always been planning to create some trouble for the three universal civilizations. They had originally planned to support a special organization together, take the route of the lowest level, and incite the anger of the people to reduce the hearts of the three universal civilizations as much as possible. This would slightly shake the rule of the three universal civilizations. However, plans could not keep up with changes. Now, there was clearly a better choice. Everyone had their own ideas, and they began discussing intensely. Then, how should we intervene in this storm? We can't do it ourselves. We have to hide behind the scenes. Now that the three universal civilizations and the Beyond Grade A Association are still restraining themselves, we should intensify their conflict and make them openly hostile. The best result will be a lose-lose situation. However, the Beyond Grade A Association only has top-level strength, and their strength is too weak. They're no match for the three universal civilizations. Maybe we should think of a way to increase the association's strength. You mean cooperation with benefits? Although it's feasible, it will also attract the attention of the three universal civilizations. No, not cooperation. We can secretly kill the association members and frame the three universal civilizations, just like what they did to us in the tragedy of the Pinnacles. Everyone threw out one plan after another and discussed endlessly. At this time, the Star Arc civilization's leader's eyes sparkled. Maybe we can play a big game. Hearing this, the others looked over with curious expressions. What do you think? The Star Arc civilization's leader narrowed his eyes and said with a deep voice, "The current conflict is only between the Beyond Grade as and the three universal civilizations. The scope is still too narrow. We can stir up a bigger conflict. For example, expand the conflict to the supers and the three universal civilizations. We can spread rumors that the three universal civilizations want to kill the supers in order to stop the new Beyond Grade as. Then we can find some people to pretend to be the hunting team of the three universal civilizations and expose it. Even if the rumors are too exaggerated, fear is the best persuasive force. The Beyond Grade as are the natural opinion leaders of the supers. This way, we should be able to push many supers to the association side and confront the three universal civilizations, expanding the conflict. Since the association is profitable, there's a high chance that they will cooperate and take the opportunity to strengthen their forces. The three universal civilizations will lose a large number of supers, and their prestige will plummet. Isn't this a great deal? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and looked at each other. After a moment of silence, someone could not help but ask, "Isn't this a little too exaggerated? If we incite a rebellion of the entire superclass, the galactic society will be in chaos. Furthermore, the three universal civilizations will not sit still and will definitely retaliate. What if they expose us instead? The risk is indeed high, but the benefits are also huge. This is already a good gamble. I'm just suggesting a new idea. As for how to do it, we have to think about it carefully." The Star Arc civilization's leader shrugged, indicating that they could only make a choice. He suddenly paused and added, "The three universal civilizations are not pure. Judging from their current situation, they might really have the idea of creating a gap in the superclass. Since they can't stop the dead from coming back to life, they can only stop the birth of new people. However, even if they have the idea, they will only act secretly and only target the calamity grades with potential. What we have to do is probably just help them publicize it." As he spoke, the Star Arc civilization's leader sneered. He did not dare say anything else, but when it came to fanning the flames, he was a professional. At the same time, somewhere in the ancient star desert, in a bustling galactic transit station, on the bustling street, a few guys in black hooded robes walked in the endless stream of people. Their hoods covered their faces, so their appearances could not be seen clearly. Suddenly, they stopped and looked up at a tall building not far away. At this time, the virtual screen on the outer wall was broadcasting news related to the Sanctum revival, describing the identity of the association's revivers. The burly man in the lead lifted his hood slightly, revealing a resolute and cold face. It was Pangan. These people were the group of Avengers who had left the Holy Covenant more than 2 months ago. "Humph, have Baigur and the others already appeared?" Pangan whispered to himself. A companion beside him glanced at him and asked, "We've already been out for a few months. What do you plan to do?" Pangan's eyes flashed coldly. "With the strength of the few of us, it's still too early to take revenge on the advanced civilizations. It just so happens that Baigur and the others have attracted the attention of the entire universe. We'll lay low and secretly develop our forces. When we accumulate enough strength, it won't be too late to take revenge on the three universal civilizations. Before that, we have to hide our hostility. We can even pretend to cooperate with the three universal civilizations and stab them when the time is right." As he spoke, Pangan took out his communicator, which displayed the life history of a person. It was E.S. God. He glanced at his companion, pointed at E.S. God's profile picture, and said with a deep voice, "This method of doing things like this is very useful. Just like this junior's method, there's a lot of learning value. We can refer to his method." Chapter 1278. In the depths of the secondary dimension world. This was a verdant land, lush and verdant, with a harmonious landscape, full of vitality. In the center was a white tower with a beautiful and prosperous appearance. The surrounding buildings were arranged in a ring, and the height gradually decreased from the inside out. The continuous building complex extended to the end of the line of sight, as if it was a city built to protect this tower. The streets were bustling with life. Species with different appearances lived here harmoniously. Most of them were species that existed in the main universe, but there were also a few native species that were born in this secondary dimension. Although there was a sun, a moon, and thousands of stars in the sky, if a Beyond Gray Day was here, they would be able to see the magic patterns flickering. These scenes were all illusions engraved by magic circuits and did not exist in reality. At this moment, there was a beautiful brown wooden table on the balcony at the top of the tower. It was made of magic core wood, a precious material in magic alchemy. There were 4 ivory white teacups on the table, which looked like they were made of ceramic. The teacups were filled with amber-colored tea. Steam was rising from the teacups, and a refreshing fragrance filled the air, making one feel calm. Clearly, it was also a precious tea ingredient. For figures sat around the table, overlooking the boundless city while drinking tea elegantly. They appeared to be leisurely and carefree. At this moment, an almost invisible shadow suddenly appeared beside the table, as if this space suddenly had the effect of a convex mirror. "My messenger is back," one of the old men in a gorgeous mage robe pressed between his eyebrows. Thick magic power turned into an invisible vortex, instantly absorbing this shadow. He closed his eyes, his expression as if he was savoring it. Suddenly, his brows raised. Something big seems to have happened in the main universe. Hearing this, the others put down their teacups and looked over curiously. "What happened over there? See for yourselves." The old mage pointed his finger, and a thread of psychic energy shot out from between his eyebrows, entering the heads of the other three, sharing their memories. Inside was the galactic news about the Beyond Grade A Association. The primordial ones are alive? The Sanctum Revival? There's actually such a thing. Their expressions changed, revealing looks of surprise. The main universe is changing with each passing day. Things that were previously unimaginable seem to be coming true one by one. This is the tide of the times. The old mage's tone was somewhat emotional. Let them do whatever they want. In any case, it has nothing to do with us. Didn't we hide from the world long ago because we didn't want to be involved in this kind of storm? Another person shook his head. Even the advanced civilizations could not supervise the birth of every Beyond Grade A super. Everyone had different pursuits. Occasionally, there would be new Beyond Grade as who were unwilling to fight for power, unwilling to show their abilities, unwilling to participate in the changes of times. Thus, after stepping into the Beyond Grade A realm, they would choose to live in seclusion, hiding the strength they had obtained with great difficulty. Because those who could advance to Beyond Grade A were usually people with strong desires. Such new Beyond Grade, as without ambition, were relatively rare. Due to luck and other factors, they were not recorded by the advanced civilizations. The four present were all Beyond Grade, as who had lived in seclusion a long time ago. They shared the same ideals and had left the main universe together, settling down in the depths of the secondary dimensions. They hid in small buildings and did not care about the seasons. This secondary dimension, called the Kingdom of the Four Gods, was not naturally formed. The four of them had chosen a suitable dimension, placed the materials, population, and other elements stolen from the main universe, and transformed it into a prosperous utopia-like world. At the same time, everyone's memories of the main universe were erased, making the residents think that this dimension was the entire world. The population had been passed down generation after generation, and they had long believed in this. The residents were far away from the chaos of war and enjoyed the peace of seclusion. Almost everyone could live to the end of their lives, and the four of them were respected as gods of creation. The old mage shook his head. Although that's the case, the Sanctum Revival is worth our attention. Sooner or later, we will decline. If we can get a second life, we can continue to exist. When we left back then, we didn't want to go back. Are we going to break our vow now? Some people were hesitant. They were used to staying in here and had some fear of going out. They instinctively felt repulsed. The old mage stroked his long beard and hesitated. Let's wait and see. Now is not a good time to go back. When everything is settled, it will be the right time. At that time, we can have a chat with that junior called Blackstar. Even the secluded Beyond Grade, as could not help but be attracted by the Sanctum Revival. It was not just the four of them. Similar things were happening in many corners of the secondary dimension world. The Sanctum Revival was like a deep water bomb, flipping up the sand in the depths of the sea, causing some existences hidden in the shadows to enter the range of sunlight. Invisible undercurrents surged in unknown corners. Central Galaxy, Arcane Church, Temple of 10,000 Gods. The hall was filled with statues of gods of all shapes and sizes. Some were majestic and heroic, some were otherworldly, and some were indescribable. The only thing they had in common was that they were all lifelike. There were statues of gods of all the religions in the universe, and there was a complete variety of them. God's chosen Wernos stood in the middle of the hall, praying with his head lowered. The silver-gray priest robe on his body fluttered without any wind, and colorful spiritual halos flew around his huge body. Upon closer inspection, these spiritual halos seemed to contain lines of divine proverbs. At this moment, a priest walked in with an upper echelon of the arcane church. "Your Excellency, the Pope needs your help." The upper echelon of the arcane church placed his hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. Wernos stopped praying and said without turning his head, "Speak." "Okay, because of the Sanctum revival, we have reached a new cooperation agreement with the Dynasty in Radiance. We plan to form a joint research team to study the Sanctum revival phenomenon on our own. We plan to build a secret research institute in the desolate universe area between the three territories. The Pope wants to invite the gods over." "Sure." Wernos turned his head and pointed at a statue that looked like a sword-wielding angel. This was a god worshipped by a large religious sect called Babroi. In the mythology system of this church, the clergy of this god was equivalent to a combatant. At this time, an invisible energy spread out, and the statue suddenly shook. A white-gold light shot out from inside. The moment the light left the statue, the lifelike feeling of the statue disappeared. It suddenly became lifeless and lifeless, without any spirituality. The platinum-colored spirit light fused into Wernos' body. The next moment, with a whoosh, an illusory figure suddenly grew out of his back, as if it had broken out of his body. This phantom had a pair of glowing wings and held a gorgeous longsword. It had the same appearance as the statue, but its size and appearance were exactly the same as Wernos'. It was like the product of the two of them combining. At this moment, this phantom only extended its upper body like a sibling. It used its hands to support Wernos' broad shoulders and was trying its best to pull itself out of Wernos' body inch by inch. In just a few seconds, this sword-wielding angel version of Wernos successfully separated from his main body. It flapped its wings and floated in the air, scattering platinum liquid energy all over the ground. Its body quickly turned from an illusion to a physical body. Its aura was strong, and it emitted the energy fluctuations of a high level beyond grade A. The two figures stood side by side, like different versions of the same person. At this moment, Wernos slowly spoke. "One god is enough. Babroi is qualified for this mission. Bring him over." "Okay, I'll bring him over. Thank you for your gift." The upper echelons of the arcane church nodded again. No matter how many times he saw this scene, he could not help but exclaim in admiration. This was the guardian of the arcane church, the strongest person recognized by the entire universe for many years, the legendary God's Chosen, who could enlighten the gods. One person, and he was the gods. This was not just a personal ability. One of the core universal treasures of the arcane church had also merged into Wernos' body, creating the title of God's Chosen. At this moment, Wernos saw that the other party had not left. "Is there anything else?" The upper echelons of the arcane church came back to their senses and hurriedly said, "There's one more thing." "The Pope asked me to ask. Ask away." The upper echelons of the arcane church hesitated for a moment before carefully saying, "The Pope wants to know, are you confident in killing Black Star?" Hearing this, Wernos finally looked back at him and frowned. "I'm not confident." "Okay, sorry to disturb you. I'll be leaving." The upper echelons of the arcane church had no choice but to leave. After watching the official disappear from his sight, Wernos retracted his gaze and lowered his head to continue praying. He did not move from his position from beginning to end, like a statue standing on the spot. The popularity of the news of the Sanctum revival quickly rose to its peak in a few days and did not show any signs of subsiding for half a month. The major news media found a new entry point and began to count the identities, resumes, and abilities of the revivers. This immediately piqued the curiosity of the people, and the viewership ratings remained high. At the same time, the production company of the Wayne card said that they would work overtime overnight to create the Revivers series of cards based on historical figures. They would draw card packs and develop several new styles of gameplay based on the Sanctum revival. They were already at the pinnacle of leeching off popularity. In the various strata of society, the reaction of the Calamity Grade Supers was very intense. Calamity Grades had the strength to rule over an area, and they would rather be the tail of a phoenix. A considerable number of Calamity Grades did not want to join a Beyond Grade A organization, but the existence of the Sanctum Revival shook the minds of many people. Generally speaking, Calamity Grades joining a Beyond Grade A organization were either to enjoy the shade under a big tree or to obtain the guidance of a Beyond Grade A Super. However, some people were well aware of their own potential and understood that they did not have the qualifications to enter the Beyond Grade A realm, so the motivation to train hard was not that strong. Many people stopped moving forward and indulged in the rites brought by strength. However, the attraction of a second life was almost irresistible. Even the Calamity Grade Supers who had long accepted their mediocrity could not help but be reignited by greed. This was especially true for the Beyond Grade A seeds, who were the most affected. Originally, most Beyond Grade A seeds had a sense of pride, and not everyone craved the guidance of a Beyond Grade A. Even if they knew that it would be beneficial to them, some of them did not want to work for others. After all, they had to pay a price for what they wanted. Some Beyond Grade A seeds who were lone wolves only wanted to walk their own path and complete the sublimation on their own. Then, they would stand on their own and become the #1 figure in the universe. However, the situation had changed. If they did not enter the Beyond Grade A realm, they would not be able to enjoy the Sanctum Revival. This was a safety guarantee. The mentality of these potential stocks who were only one step away from Beyond Grade A gradually wavered. Their thoughts began to slowly shift toward joining a Beyond Grade A organization, obtaining guidance, and obtaining the qualifications for the Sanctum Revival as soon as possible. Most of the supers who could become Beyond Grade A seeds were decisive people. Once they made a decision, they would quickly put it into action. For a time, many Beyond Grade A seeds in the various star fields stopped their training, adjusted their itinerary, and turned ahead to the flickering world. Capable people all had pride, but most of the time, the reason why they did not speak was because they did not give enough chips. This was the law of the universe. Chapter 1279. Somewhere in the black hole edge star field, a small fleet was advancing toward the flickering world. In the command room of the leading ship, many operators were busy at their posts, reporting the parameters from time to time. Reporting, "Captain, we have left the Hate Civilization's territory and entered the low-security area where space pirates wreak havoc. The alert level has been adjusted to level 7. In about 54 hours, the fleet will arrive at the joint neutral area and enter the radiation range of the interstellar field Stargate. Expand a patrol range of the unmanned reconnaissance fleet. The next section of the road is not safe, so be careful." Garvin sat in the captain's seat and gave orders. He was tall and slender, with a fair complexion and a handsome appearance. He wore a black wide-brimmed hat with a white feather at the top. He wore a set of elegant and decent casual clothes with the top of the hat open, revealing his smooth and fair chest. There was a long and thin sword in a sheath hanging from his waist, engraved with magic patterns. It was obviously a magic weapon. White Wave Garvin, one of the recorded Beyond Grade A seeds, did not belong to any organization and usually traveled freely in the universe. This kind of neutral Beyond Grade A seed had always been an important target for the advanced civilizations to rope in, and Garvin was no exception. The 3 universal civilizations, the supercluster civilizations, and the local civilizations of the Black Hole Edge had all extended an olive branch to him. However, Garvin had never expressed his opinion, not only because he did not like to work, but also because he wanted to wait for the right price. Originally, the price of the 3 universal civilizations had already moved him, and he was hesitating whether to join them or not. However, the recent Sanctum Revival incident made Garvin give up on the idea. Even though the three universal civilizations had greatly increased the price of roping him in after the incident, Garvin was not moved. He suddenly lost interest in the resources promised by the three universal civilizations and did not even have the intention to continue negotiating. He decided to turn around and join a beyond grade A organization, heading straight to the flickering world with his fleet. He had even chosen his target. Black Star had the Sanctum Revival, so he would join the Black Star Corps. If he stepped into the beyond grade A realm in the future, he would have the advantage of being in a favorable position. Garvin casually swiped through the communicator, browsing the recent news on the local network channel. Soon, he saw a headline titled, "The three universal civilizations claim to have long known about the Sanctum Revival phenomenon, have been secretly researching it, and have recently obtained in-progress results." He could not help but curl his lips with a disapproving expression. TSK. The three universal civilizations have started to spread fake news to appease the people. Recently, similar news have been spreading. Due to the impact of the Sanctum Revival on the outside world, many social classes had a chain reaction. Even some direct members of the advanced civilizations were shaken. In Garvin, to make a move to come to an end, to appease the people, to make outsiders believe that the three universal civilizations, to master of the Sanctum Revival. Although the Sanctum Revival was a new technology, the three universal to be, to civilization, to the sanctum civilization, to being today, to it, to be found, to be, to the civilization was civilization. However, most of the people who believed in such rumors were the lower-class galactic residents. Naturally, Gavin did not believe it. The three universal civilizations are feeling the pressure. That's not a bad thing. Only when there is competition between the big factions will we get more attention. In order to win us over, they have no choice but to give us better benefits. If not for the three universal civilizations feeling the pressure of competition, they would not have suddenly increased the bargaining chip to win me over. Garvin scratched his chin and muttered to himself. After reading the news for a while, Gavin realized that there was something wrong with the netizens' comment section. It was filled with a large number of curses directed at supers. Some were sarcastic about the privileges of supers, while others were angry and shared cases of supers bullying ordinary people. These comments were actually liked by a large number of passers-by. Garvin carefully browsed through it and shook his head helplessly. Most ordinary people were envious of the strength, status, and privileges of supers, but they were also jealous of them. Supers were one of the most active classes in the universe, but they only made up a very small portion of the total population of the universe. Ordinary people were the mainstream, and the conflict between the two had been accumulating for a long time. Most people were destined to not have the potential to become a super from the moment they were born and were destined to be mediocre for life. The more they envied supers, the more they hated that they did not have such a life. They hated the unfairness of fate, so their hatred was transferred to supers. It was difficult for reason to tame the human heart. There was always a place for the thought of not worrying about scarcity, but inequality, forming a stubborn social conflict between the two classes. On the scale of the universe, supers and ordinary people were not just a matter of class. They were not even the same creatures. Supers represented the direction of life evolution, and ordinary people represented the backward, low-level life forms. Even if the Galactic Society did not advocate such a thought, many people believed that this was the truth. The ordinary people who occupied the mainstream of the population were unwilling to accept their innate position of being eliminated in the evolution process, so conflict was destined. In real life, most galactic residents did not dare act rashly in front of supers, but on the quantum network, they did not have to worry. The existence of the Sanctum Revival seemed to have become an opportunity to ignite the accumulated resentment of the classes. Many ordinary people became more and more angry, cursing the injustice. In the group of thoughts with the nature of venting, emotions were often higher than rationality. Even if many people knew that the strength of supers was the result of hard work, it was meaningless. Either all the supers in the universe died, or they became supers too. Otherwise, they would still curse. Although Kevin was not surprised by this, he felt that the class conflict this time seemed to have erupted a little too fiercely. He did not believe that there was no mastermind behind it. The dark clouds keep piling up, and the storm will come as expected. I feel that if this continues, the future of the Galactic Society will not be good. Kevin could not help but shake his head. Boom! At this time, the spaceship suddenly shook and the radar buzzed. Warning! Warning! Detecting space interference device nearby. Exiting hyperdrive flight mode. Detecting an unknown spaceship approaching quickly. Kevin was slightly shocked. He quickly enlarged his vision and saw a small fleet surrounding them. It was a pirate gang active in this area, and the captain seemed to be a calamity grade. The next moment, the voice of this pirate gang sounded in the public channel. Stop the ship immediately and open the connecting passage. Let our people board the ship, or we will open fire. So, it's a robbery. Kevin heaved a sigh of relief, and his face turned cold. Captain, what do we do? The pilot asked. Because he believed in Kevin's strength, he was not nervous at all. Humph, let them board the ship. If they want to die, let them come. I'll deal with them. Kevin's eyes flickered. Very soon, the fleet stopped in place according to his instructions. Seeing this, the pirate gang quickly approached, and the two sides connected. The cabin door opened with a whoosh, and a group of space pirates stepped onto Gavin's spaceship with their guns raised. Everyone on the spaceship was waiting in front of the passage. Where's the captain? Come out and see me. The pirate leader looked around the crowd. At this time, a loud roar sounded from the crowd. You provoked the wrong person. Gavin, who had concealed his aura and was hiding in the crowd, suddenly attacked. He pulled out his slender saber and slashed out a stream of light. A sharp cold light flashed out. The pirate leader was shocked and hurriedly raised his arm. Pugilist flames wrapped around his arm, turning into solid armor as he tried to block the sudden attack. Swoosh! The next second, blood flashed, and the pirate leader cried out in pain. The blade cut through his protective flames and deeply embedded into his blocking arm. Kevin held the saber with both hands and spun around. A wave-like white saber light suddenly lit up and disappeared in a flash, leaving a stunning scar on everyone's retina. Swoosh! One of the pirate leader's arms was chopped off. The cut was smooth, and the blood did not seem to be able to keep up with the speed of the saber light. It froze for a full second before spurting out, dyeing the corridor of the spaceship red. Both of them were calamity grades, but Kevin's rank was far higher than his opponent's. With a single attack, he crippled his opponent. As a pugilist of the combat soldier branch, Kevin's lethality was extremely high. In terms of saber techniques, he had long reached the level of a grandmaster. However, at this time, a sudden change occurred. In the team of galactic pirates, 7 or 8 people suddenly burst out with the aura of a calamity grade and attacked Kevin at the same time. They were like hunters who had been hiding for a long time and suddenly released their killing intent. What? Kevin's pupils constricted, and his expression changed drastically. These people were definitely not members of the Galactic Pirates. If this Galactic Pirate group had so many experts, they would have long been famous. It was impossible for him not to be mentally prepared. He was so close, yet he did not discover the aura of these people. These ambushers were definitely not simple. Kevin did not have time to think about the origins of these people. He hurriedly dodged and blocked. However, the sneak attack was too sudden, and he did not manage to block much of the attack. He took the brunt of the attack and immediately spat out blood. As a pugilist of the combat soldier branch, he did not specialize in defense. They're not ordinary calamity grades. They're all experts. Gavin was horrified. While he was vomiting blood, he used a reaction force to shoot out. He slashed out a wide crescent-shaped slash and shattered the cabin wall of the spaceship. He escaped into the universe and went straight to another spaceship. At this time, 7 or 8 calamity-grade supers immediately chased after him and surrounded him. They cooperated well, trapping Kevin while destroying all the spaceships, not leaving any behind for the other party to escape. Seeing his escape routes being cut off one by one, Kevin's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He had no choice but to resist with all his might. His blade flashed back and forth, fighting with this group of people. Very soon, he was surrounded by danger. Even as a beyond grade A seed, he could not take the attacks of 7 or 8 calamity-grade supers. Not everyone had the terrifying resistance of Black Star. "You guys are not galactic pirates. Who are you?" Kevin asked loudly in the public channel. Through the aura lock, he could vaguely feel the resolute killing intent of these calamity-grade supers toward him. It was as though they had been targeting him from the beginning. Could it be that this group of galactic pirates and these people were deliberately hiding here to ambush me? However, his question was destined not to be answered. These calamity-grade supers remained silent, only attacking more and more fiercely, releasing cold, killing intent without restraint. Seeing this, Kevin clenched his teeth, unwilling to sit still and wait for death. He called for help in the public channel while trying his best to break out of the encirclement. Even though he knew that his chances of survival were extremely slim, he could not give up. Several figures were entangled in a fierce battle. Shockwaves of energy blasted out in all directions. The battlefield was constantly shifting as the battle continued. More and more wounds appeared on Kevin's body, and he was covered in blood. He did not know how long he had been fighting, but he was gradually exhausted, and his consciousness began to blur. "It wasn't easy for me to have the strength I have now, and I have hope of stepping into the beyond grade A realm. My future is bright. Am I going to die here for no reason today?" Kevin forced himself to stay awake, and a strong sense of unwillingness surged in his mind. However, at this moment, their attacks suddenly stopped, and they looked up at the universe not far away. A shuttle-shaped spaceship appeared in their line of sight and was approaching. It seemed to have discovered the abnormal energy reaction here and had come to check it out. "They're witnesses. What do we do?" "Ignore them. Kill the target first. End this quickly." The few of them quickly communicated, and the next moment, the intensity of their attacks soared again. They abandoned all defense and switched to fighting with injuries. This was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Gavin's heavily injured body could not withstand the sudden increase in attacks and was hit by the storm. His entire body shattered inch by inch, and his life force quickly left this shell. Just as a calamity-grade supers was about to deal the final fatal blow, something unexpected happened. A holy golden light suddenly shot out from the shuttle-shaped spaceship that was rapidly approaching, shining on Kevin's tattered body. The next moment, as though a miracle happened, Kevin's body recovered in the blink of an eye, and all his injuries disappeared without a trace. His eyes were wide open, as though he had not recovered from a shock. This is the pupils of the few calamity-grade supers suddenly constricted, and they all looked at the spaceship that the light came from. At the same time, inside the shuttle-shaped spaceship, Aurora retracted her hand, and her eyes flashed with excitement and curiosity. "Going out with you is indeed very fun. We can always encounter strange things." Hearing this, Fu Ding shook his head helplessly. If he hadn't been pulled in as a strong man, he wouldn't have wanted to accompany Aurora on a trip. Although he was called a bodyguard, in reality, he just wanted to ride on his luck and use him as a trigger to make the trip more interesting and exciting. Chapter 1280. Ever since she stepped into the Beyond Grade A realm more than half a year ago, Aurora had received the approval of Han Shao and Hela to leave the base alone and adventure in the universe. According to her, she had finally made it, so she had to have fun outside before going back. In the first few months, Aurora traveled around alone, looking at the scenery and experiencing the cultures of different civilizations. However, she soon felt that such a journey was too dull. There were no waves, and it was not as exciting as she had imagined it to be. Therefore, after Han Xiao returned from the sanctum, Aurora borrowed Fu Ding from him and asked Han Xiao to use the king to teleport him to her side. The effect of this was very obvious, and her journey suddenly became exciting. According to incomplete statistics, in the past 2 months, the two of them had been involved in more than 10 incidents of various sizes. Aurora was very satisfied, but Fu Ding did not have anything to live for. He could only be dragged around and continue his life as a tool. He could not help but regret separating Chen Xing's soul. Otherwise, he would have been able to pass the time spiritually and not be an obedient mascot like he was now. Their spaceship was a special grade spaceship specially made by Black Star. The hyperdrive engine, energy shield, detection radar, concealment device, smart protection, and other equipment were all top-notch. Not long ago, the spaceship detected an abnormal energy reaction in this area and deduced that a battle was taking place. The special communication device broke through the channel blocking signal and successfully intercepted Kevin's call for help. At the same time, Aurora's Esper ability also detected the life signals of multiple Calamity-grade supers. She immediately knew that there was something fun to be had. She turned around to take a look and immediately saw this scene. Although I don't know what happened here. After a few months of traveling, Aurora has already developed her own style of doing things. Regardless of why they are killing each other, before I figure out the ins and outs of the matter, no one is allowed to die. Unlimited healing power, just that domineering. Seeing that Kevin was seriously injured and on the verge of death, Aurora raised her hand and gave him a big mouthful of milk without hesitation. With the strength of her beyond grade 8 Esper ability, healing a Calamity-grade supers was as easy as breathing. Not only did she instantly pull Kevin back from the brink of death, but she also gave him various strengthening statuses, making him even stronger than when he was at his peak. I'm not dead. Gavin lowered his head and stared blankly at his unscathed body. Just now, he had already felt the darkness of death assaulting him. He thought that he was definitely going to die, but this sudden mouthful of milk caught him off guard. He was left with only confusion, and for a moment, he couldn't tell whether this was an illusion or not. At the same time, the expressions of the Calamity-grade supers changed drastically, and they scattered. It's a beyond grade A fluctuation. Run. Without hesitation, they split up and fled. Enchanted tattoos lit up on their bodies, all of which were engraved with the magic circuits of short-distance teleportation. Space rippled slightly, and everyone's teleportation entered a state of channeling. You want to leave after hitting me? Gavin immediately regained his senses and rushed toward the nearest opponents. An even more powerful flame aura condensed on the edge of his saber. The saber slashed out rapidly, leaving afterimages one after another as it flung out sharp saber lights. Three people's channeling state was interrupted, and they hurriedly dodged. A small whirlpool teleportation gate had already appeared in front of the others, and it was rapidly expanding. It would only take a few seconds for the teleportation to complete and allow them to escape from this place. Seeing that the teleportation spell had already taken shape, the few of them were about to heave a sigh of relief when they suddenly felt a special spatial fluctuation spread out from Aurora's spaceship. This fluctuation was like an iron, directly wiping out all the spatial folds on the battlefield, and the teleportation gates that were about to take shape shattered and disappeared. On the spaceship, Aurora curled her lips. Do you think my spaceship is just a decoration? Her spaceship contained a lot of advanced technology, including some that Han Xiao had inherited from Jay's technology treasure trove. The instant space-time anchoring was just a child's play. Seeing this, the faces of the few Calamity-grade supers froze. They looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. The next moment, this group of people gave up on escaping and charged toward the spaceship in unison. Their momentum was unstoppable, as though they wanted to fight to the death. Fu Ding narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to make a move, Aurora pressed on his shoulder. Stay here. Let me do it. Aurora's eyes sparkled, and energy surged all over her body. She instantly turned into the mature version, and the mark of the underworld on the back of her hand lit up. She waved her hand, and the life energy, death energy, and revival energy appeared at the same time, intertwining with each other. She used her energy to weave bones, muscles, and blood vessels, turning them into temporary shells of 10 different species. Under the special effect of the power of rebirth, the temporary bodies quickly materialized. The details and outline were almost no different from a real physical body. The only difference was that these temporary bodies were all emitting a faint fluorescent light, still retaining a certain energy body characteristic. Then, she flicked her finger, and 10 calamity-grade hero spirits flew out from the mark of the underworld, merging into different shells. The next moment, these shells released calamity-grade energy fluctuations. Hero spirits descend, Edo, reincarnation. This series of actions was very smooth, and it was unknown how many times they had practiced. Only at this moment did these hero spirits become complete, possessing the actual combat strength they had when they were alive. Go take them down. Aurora chuckled. The 10 calamity-grade hero spirits nodded and immediately charged out of the spaceship, intercepting their opponents and fighting fiercely. Seeing this, Kevin did not have the time to be shocked and joined the battle as well. The hero spirits did not care about the death of their physical body, so they did not set up any defenses. This kind of aggressive fighting style was just a normal tactic for them, and they were often able to perform above their usual standards, exceeding their combat strength when they were alive. Even with the holy light particle, Aurora's frontal attack was still relatively weak. She had already completely gotten used to the summoning style, but she usually only summoned calamity-grade hero spirits, because summoning beyond grade A hero spirits consumed too much energy. Furthermore, she had promised Han Xiao that she would not allow beyond grade as to come out for a walk so easily. There was no suspense when a beyond grade A bullied a calamity grade super. These calamity grade supers of unknown origins were quickly forced to retreat, covered in wounds. Seeing that they were about to be captured alive, this group of people gritted their teeth as though they had made up their minds. They crazily compressed the energy in their bodies, and the surface of their bodies was quickly covered with glowing cracks. They're going to self-destruct. Gavin was shocked and subconsciously retreated. He did not expect this group of people to be so decisive, willing to self-destruct rather than be captured alive. Boom! The next moment, their bodies suddenly self-destructed, and a shock wave burst forth. However, just as the self-destruction began, a holy light shot out from the spaceship again, sweeping past them. The shattered bodies of this group of people were glued back together, returning to their original state. Their pupils constricted, and they self-destructed again without hesitation. However, the same thing happened again. Just as they felt the pain of their bodies tearing apart, another holy light shot out, wiping away their injuries again. After trying several times, the result was the same. The determination on their faces turned into confusion and despair. They already understood that their lives were no longer in their control from this moment onward, and they could not even commit suicide. They could neither live nor die. All right, stop playing with them. Let me do it. Fu Ding shook his head helplessly. He took out the soul swapper, extracted their souls, and transferred them into a few prepared animal containers. After a few decades, Fu Ding had finally entered the ranks of the Beyond Grade A seeds. With the help of the soul swapper, it could be said that he was unmatched among the calamity grades. These people's bodies instantly turned into empty shells, and they were easily captured alive and brought into the spaceship. The remaining hero spirits began to clean up the battlefield. Seeing this, Kevin finally relaxed, and his heart was filled with the joy of escaping death. He hurriedly said in the public channel, "I'm Kevin. You saved my life. I wonder if I have the honor of thanking you in person?" After a few seconds, a reply sounded in the channel. "Let's talk on the spaceship." Kevin's spirits were lifted, and he approached the spaceship. The hatch opened, allowing him to fly into the cabin. Following the guidance robot to the command room, Kevin immediately saw the eye-catching Aurora and bowed respectfully without hesitation. So, it's the new Deputy Army Commander of the Black Star Corps, Goddess of Life Aurora. It's truly my fortune to meet you. When Aurora made her move for the first time, Kevin had already vaguely guessed the identity of her helper, but he only dared to confirm it when he saw her in person. Kevin's heart was filled with joy. Luckily, he met Aurora, who had the Esper ability of life. If it had been anyone else, they might not have been able to pull him back from the brink of death. In a vast universe, I just happened to meet a beyond grade A who can save me. What kind of probability is this? My luck is too good. Aurora originally wanted to learn from Hela and act cold, but she was stunned for a moment. When did I get this nickname? You don't know? Kevin explained. Because you're the sister of Goddess of Death, Hela, and have the opposite ability, the outside world gradually started to call you that. Not bad, not bad. I'm someone with a nickname now. Aurora was overjoyed. Although she only had one nickname at the moment, and Hela had a bunch of titles such as Goddess of Death, Crimson Snake, Lifebreaker, and so on, this is a good start. Sooner or later, she would be able to suppress her sister and hold her head high. Imagining this scene, Aurora could not help but feel excited. Fu Ding immediately knew that Aurora had spaced out again, so he had no choice but to continue the conversation. Ahem, we received your call for help, so we came in time. Tell us the cause and effect. What happened here? It's like this. I was on my way when I suddenly met a group of galactic pirates. Gavin recounted the entire process without concealing anything. After listening to the whole process, Fu Ding stroked his beautiful chin and guessed, this isn't a simple matter. These people are definitely not simple galactic pirates. I think they're here specifically for you. Maybe it's a revenge. That doesn't make sense. I've always been kind to others and have never stepped into the conflicts of any faction. Even if I want to kill someone, I'll do it by the roots. I've never provoked an organization that can release 7 or 8 calamity great assassins at once. Gavin was at a loss. Hearing this, Fu Ding pondered and said, it's not a revenge. Then, it's very likely to be related to the recent storm. What do you mean? Kevin was curious. I'm not sure yet, but we've captured them alive. We'll know after some interrogation. Fu Ding shook his head. He suddenly paused and changed the topic. You just said that you're going to the flickering world to join the Black Star Corps? Yes, great. Fu Ding's eyes sparkled. You don't have to go all the way to the flickering world. It's so dangerous. The Vice Army Commander is right in front of you. Why do you have to go so far? Aurora is completely qualified to recruit new people. Why don't you just stay and become her Black Star Guard? Huh? This? Kevin was stunned for a moment and hesitated. His goal was actually to become Black Star's Black Star Guard. However, Aurora had just saved his life. Although she was a new beyond grade A, her Esper ability was special, and her healing ability was strong enough to ensure the safety of his followers in any situation. Furthermore, he might encounter danger in the flickering world, so staying by Aurora's side for the time being was not bad. Kevin was a little tempted. Yes. Come under my command. As long as you come, I'll give you the position of captain of the Black Star Guards. Aurora's eyes sparkled. She was now the Vice Army Commander and had the qualifications to mobilize the Army's manpower to form a team of trusted subordinates and Black Star Guards. However, she had been busy traveling ever since she was promoted and had not recruited a single person. The talents in the Army had already been divided up by Black Star and Hela. Even if she mobilized them internally, she would not be able to find many experts. She had always been envious of Hela's personal guards and did not want to be inferior. Now that she had encountered a beyond grade A seed who was in trouble, Aurora was immediately tempted. Gavin hesitated for a while, but he was finally tempted and agreed. All right, I'm willing to become your captain of the Black Star Guards. He had done some research on the organization structure of the Black Star Corps. From his perspective, there were only 3 factions in the Army, each led by a different beyond grade A. Black Star was undoubtedly in charge of the faction, but there were too many talents in it, and there was no chance for him to show off. Hela's faction was mostly female and had already formed. It did not seem to have any intention of expanding. Furthermore, it was said that Hela was not easy to get along with and was not a suitable leader. Aurora's new faction had just been established, and it was currently lacking people. If he became an early follower of a new beyond grade, his position in the army would definitely be extraordinary. Although Kevin's original intention was the Sanctum revival, since he had decided to join an organization, he was not satisfied with being a marginal person with no sense of presence. If he wanted to do something, he would do his best. Great, I'll help you register for the army right away. Philip, come out. Aurora was overjoyed and immediately summoned Philip. She couldn't wait to register Gavin as the captain of her Black Star Guards. She was in a hurry, as if she was afraid that someone would cut her off. Why is she even more excited than me? Kevin complained in his heart, but he had no choice but to cooperate. However, he was not disappointed by Aurora's lack of arrogance and eagerness. Instead, he was a little flattered and felt the feeling of being valued by a big shot. Warmth surged in his heart, and he was inexplicably touched. Seeing this, Fu Ding did not disturb them. He simply walked to the side, entered the mental domain, and began interrogating the captives. After a while, Aurora brought Kevin to complete the procedures, and the hero spirits also finished cleaning up the battlefield. This time, the two of them saw Fu Ding walking back with a solemn expression. "You're done interrogating? How's the situation?" Aurora was curious. "The situation is beyond our expectations. Things are much more serious than we thought." Fu Ding shook his head and said with a firm tone, "Immediately report this to the commander. This is not a problem we're qualified to deal with." Chapter 1281. Oh, you're saying that someone is hunting beyond grade A seeds? In the exclusive machinery factory of Black Star Palace, Han Xiao turned to look at the virtual communication screen and looked at Fu Ding in surprise. He had been busy digesting the technology recently. Just a moment ago, Fu Ding suddenly called and said that he had captured a hunting team that specialized in attacking beyond grade A seeds. "Tell me in detail. I want to know all the details." Han Xiao put down the parts in his hands and said with a serious expression, "It's like this." Fu Ding nodded and explained the process in detail. After capturing these attackers, through interrogation and reading their memories, he managed to dig out shocking information. These calamity grades who attacked Kevin were all acting under orders. They had secretly taken control of this galactic pirate gang and had been loitering nearby, waiting to intercept and kill Kevin. "Do you know which organization they belong to?" Han Xiao was curious. Fu Ding shook his head. "I've checked. These calamity grades did not leave any information about their identities in the universe. At the same time, they do not have any relevant memories and do not know which organization they're working for. They only accept direct orders from one account, and the account that gives out missions to each of them is different. I carefully checked their memories and found that they have been receiving some kind of thought-shaping training since they were young. They seem to be specially trained warriors of death, and their self-awareness is extremely weak. Secret warriors of death without any records? An organization that can train 8 calamity grades as warriors of death from a young age is not some small organization. Furthermore, the so-called thought-shaping training should be some kind of brainwashing method that can maintain long-term effects on calamity grades. It has to be at least a star cluster level technology. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, pondered for a while, and said, "Are there any other clues? I found some safe houses and secret codes, as well as the past deeds of these people. Wait for me to compile a report and give it to you. I'll send you the top secret accounts of these people later. It might be useful to you." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "Since you're taking this matter so seriously, it seems that you've also realized the problem?" Fu Ding sighed. "If I couldn't guess the severity of the matter, I wouldn't have informed you immediately. There aren't many organizations that can nurture multiple Calamity Gray Death Guards, and this team might not be the only hunter team. Coupled with the recent Sanctum revival storm, the situation is obviously not simple." "That's right. There are very few organizations with the motive and ability to do such a thing. The three universal civilizations and the Supercluster Alliance are all suspects. Han Xiao nodded. Although Han Xiao did not ask about their origins, through various factors, the first thing that came to his mind was the three universal civilizations and the Supercluster Alliance. Both of them had motives. The former might be trying to reduce the number of new beyond grade, as in the future, secretly reducing the source of new beyond grade as. The latter had many motives. It was possible to create opposition and force the three universal civilizations to shed all pretense of cordiality with the association. Of course, he did not rule out the possibility of others taking advantage of the situation, so Han Xiao did not immediately come to a conclusion. However, he was still inclined to believe that this was a secret operation of the three universal civilizations or the supercluster. From this, it was likely that there was more than one hunter team. Currently, there were many beyond grade A seeds in the various star fields rushing to the flickering world, and the mastermind behind the scenes had likely arranged an interception team. These beyond grade A seeds were all in danger, and not everyone was lucky enough to meet the number one healer of the universe. Fu Ding frowned and asked in confusion, "Let's not talk about the supercluster, but the three universal civilizations. Could it really be them? I find it unbelievable. Aren't they afraid of pushing all the neutral high-level supers to the opposite side by carrying out such a crazy plan? This is too radical, not like the methods they would use." Han Xiao shook his head and said, "This is a crazy method. There are only so many beyond grade A seeds in the entire universe, so the cost of doing this is not high. Even if all these people go missing, the impact can be easily suppressed. Furthermore, the three universal civilizations should be very clear that they have lost the monopoly advantage of the ultimate knowledge. We can give them what they can, but we have the attraction of the Sanctum revival, which makes it difficult for them to recruit new talents. Therefore, they don't even need to push. Many beyond grade A seeds will join the association anyway. If they do nothing, the situation will only get worse. Instead of watching the association's talent pool continue to grow, they might as well secretly send men of sacrifice to capture and kill people. If they can't get them, they can just destroy them. This is probably what they are thinking. As for the radical methods, the tragedy of the pinnacles is also radical. The three universal civilizations have never been kind people, so don't misunderstand them. Which of the victors of the exploration era is not ruthless? Once provoked, they can do anything. Fu Ding pursed his lips. Aren't they afraid of being exposed? Han Xiao stroked his chin. I think they are, but it will depend on how the three universal civilizations operate. It's hard to say now. In his previous life, there was no association or sanctum revival, so the conflicts were different. Therefore, the beyond grade A seeds were not intercepted. This was the first time Han Xiao had encountered such a situation. The three universal civilizations' actions were also unknown to him. With the beyond grade A seeds being unlucky, Han Xiao could do nothing about it. He could only treat it as the fish in the moat. The scope of this storm is getting bigger and bigger. Fu Ding looked worried. What do you plan to do? The association's purpose is to mediate the conflicts between the beyond grade as. The calamity grade is not within our scope of responsibility. Therefore, in name, the association can't cross the line and provide help publicly, unless we really want to fight head-on. Han Xiao stroked his chin and pondered. However, if we don't stop it, the beyond grade A seeds will suffer heavy casualties, which is indeed not conducive to the birth of new people. How about this? Don't they want to join different beyond grade A organizations? Then, the corresponding organizations will secretly send people to escort them. This will make sense in name. All right. Fu Ding paused for a moment before asking, however, this will result in a battle with the hunting teams. Should we spread the news and alert the beyond grade A seeds, as well as give the mastermind a warning? Han Xiao thought about it and shook his head. It's enough to hint to the beyond grade A seeds privately. Don't spread this news on a large scale. Now that it's exposed, the Supercluster Alliance will be the happiest. I don't want to fall out with the three universal civilizations yet, nor do I want to be used by the supercluster. Let's prioritize protection first and avoid conflict for the time being. Although he had the Sanctum Revival in name, the Holy Covenant organization had yet to collect the second set of keys, so Han Zhao's confidence was still a little weak for the time being. Causing trouble was not within his consideration, so he had to be more stable. Understood. What else do I have to do? Fu Ding asked. You guys, look for the nearby beyond grade A seeds. They'll be safer with Aurora. Just bring them back when the time comes. As he said that, Han Xiao smiled with relief. You've made a great contribution this time. If not for your news, we might have only noticed that something was wrong when the beyond grade A seeds disappeared on a large scale. Lending you to Aurora back then was the right decision. He felt that Fiden was a perfect intelligence agent. Most people were looking for trouble, but Fiden was looking for trouble. He could find key information while lying down, and it was fully automatic. There was no need to worry at all. Fu Ding, you're so useful. Fu Ding had a helpless look on his face. He had already accepted his position as a tool. By the way, what about these captives after I'm done interrogating them? They might be witnesses if we keep them. What else can we do? The underworld will serve them. Han Xiao waved his hands nonchalantly. You have triggered the mission. Stop the hunt. Mission introduction. For some reason, some unknown forces are trying to hunt down the talents who want to join you. As a reputable organization, protecting the safety of the candidates is a basic requirement. Mission objective. Stop the hunt on the beyond grade A seeds as much as possible. Remarks. Reward depends on the mission rating. The mission rating depends on the number of people you successfully rescue. Basic reward. 800 million EXP, plus 20 favorability of the rescued target, X2 random rewards, and X1 blank character summon card. The EXP is a little low, but the blank character summon card is not bad. Han Xiao glanced at the interface before putting it away. A mission of this level could not affect his mood at all. Currently, he was more concerned about the matter itself. The three universal civilizations' reaction is not small. Peaceful coexistence is really an extravagant hope. They can always cause trouble. It's been almost 50 years since the version update, and the players should be coming back soon. When that time comes, there'll probably be another wave of explosions. Han Xiao rubbed his brows. Suddenly, he thought of something. By the way, someone is hunting the beyond grade A seeds. This is also a chance for me to poach people. I wonder how Carrot is doing now. He's at most an ordinary calamity grade, so he shouldn't be taken seriously. I might as well just knock him out and poach him over. Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. In the past, he did not poach Carrot because he did not want to interfere with the other party's growth. Now that someone was targeting a neutral beyond grade A seed, he could not be blamed for doing the same. Originally, Carrot would have become the national pillar of the dynasty's direct descendants. But now that you've done the same, I'm going to kill this guy. Unlike the mastermind's wide net, Han Xiao knew exactly who some of the direct beyond grade as of the advanced civilizations were. In the past, he could not poach them due to various reasons, but now there was no need to talk about it. Furthermore, Han Xiao was also worried that the huge changes in the storyline would cause someone like Carrot, who would shine in the future, to die young. If that happened, the losses would outweigh the gains. He might as well end the breeding and gather all of them to ensure that they would not die prematurely. If they know the truth, they'll have to thank me. For the peace of the universe, I've really broken my heart. Maybe this is what it means to have boundless love. Even I admire myself. How can there be such a great man in this world? Han Xiao almost touched himself. He felt that his skin had become thicker. Chapter 1282. Somewhere in the endless nebula star field, a small fleet was hovering in a transportation hub area. Streams of hyperdrive light were constantly flashing beside it, but this fleet remained motionless, as if waiting for someone. In the command room of the main ship, Morgan paced back and forth in front of the porthole with a serious and anxious expression. The crew in the room watched him walk around silently. After a while, Morgan paused and said with a serious tone, "Urge them again and ask when the Black Star Corps will arrive." Boss, you just asked once 2 minutes ago, and they already said that they're almost here. It's not appropriate to ask again. The adjutant beside him could not help but complain. Busybody, just ask if I want you to. Otherwise, I'll deduct your salary this month. Morgan glared at him and said quickly, Who knows when the enemy will appear? Do you know? You don't. Then why the hell are you talking about it? You don't have to be responsible for my life, so of course you don't have to worry. I can't beat 7 or 8 calamity grades. If I lose my life, I'll make you my scapegoat before I die. The adjutant was speechless, but he did not take it seriously at all. He had followed Morgan for a long time and knew this guy's character too well. He was greedy for life, overcautious, indecisive, calculative, stingy. Sometimes the adjutant really doubted how such a person could become a beyond grade A seed. Morgan Panther, a senior beyond grade A seed, operated a small organization in the endless nebula star field. He only used it to ensure the convenience of his daily life and did not expand, so his sense of existence was thin. After the Sanctum revival was exposed, he packed up his belongings without hesitation and was about to go to the Beyond Grade A Association. His first choice was also the Black Star Corps. Other than being close to him, he had a good personal relationship with Hardaway. The two of them were online gambling friends and were birds of a feather. However, before he left the starfield with his team, he received a private notification from the Black Star Corps, saying that there seemed to be some mysterious organizations sending their men of sacrifice to hunt beyond grade A seeds. There might be 7 or 8 calamity grades in a team. Therefore, the Army specially sent out an escort team and instructed him to be careful before they met up. This frightened Morgan, and he quickly stopped his journey, preparing to leave after the Army's protection. Not only that, but he also made the fleet stop at a bustling traffic intersection, waiting in public for fear of being attacked by assassins. Of all the beyond grade A seeds who received the notice, he was the one who was the most cowardly. At this moment, the spaceship's communicator suddenly rang, and a baby face appeared on the screen. Hey, I'm Nero from the Black Star Corps. We've arrived and we've seen you guys. Come and join us. Hearing this, Morgan was overjoyed. He quickly looked out of the porthole and saw a fleet with the insignia of the Black Star Corps stopping not far away. Reinforcements have finally arrived. All ships, listen up. Full speed ahead and meet up immediately. Morgan excitedly slapped the table. We're already within sight range. We'll be there in less than 10 seconds. Full speed, my ass. The adjutant complained. The two fleets quickly met up, and Nero led his men on a Morgan spaceship. When Nero entered the cabin, he saw Morgan waiting for him at the entrance. Without any hesitation, Morgan rushed over and grabbed his hands with a touched expression on his face. My loved ones, you're finally here. Do you know how I've been for the past few days? I've been living in fear every day, but now I can finally be at ease. There's no need to be so agitated. It's my duty. Nero's mouth trembled, and he forcefully pulled his hands back. If not for the fact that he did not want to receive Morgan's fatal calls, he would have arrived 2 days later. Morgan did not mind and excitedly looked behind Nero. I wonder how many experts the Army has sent to meet me? Experts? If you insist, just me. Nero scratched his face and was a little embarrassed. Morgan's eyes widened, and he awkwardly said, Only one. It's not that I don't believe in your strength, but didn't the notice say that the assassins will move together with 7 or 8 calamity grade supers? It's just the 2 of us, so it might be a little risky. There's no choice. Recently, there have been too many beyond grade A seeds joining the Black Star Corps, and the Army's high-level combatants are not enough. We can only send out grade B supers to meet up with some targets. Originally, this kind of job would be best left to the Immortals, but they've reached the vanishing period, and it has already been 50 years, so the Army can't send out any more experts, Nero explained. Then the safety issue. Don't worry, all the reinforcements have brought along Black Star's mechanical battle squad and the life force potion specially made by Her Excellency Aurora. It's enough to ensure your safety. Only then did Morgan relax and say, Then can we set off now? Are we going directly to the flickering world? Nero scratched his head and said, "There's no need for that. We only need to go to the main army branches in the various star fields. Godfather's Lord's avatar and the King Mechanical Suit's throne are usually stored there. We can borrow them and directly send them back to the main camp." Originally, Han Shout did not plan to do this, but after discovering the hunters, he temporarily opened up the privilege and allowed the Beyond Grade A seeds to use the king to teleport, avoiding the risk of traveling long distances. As for the talents joining the other Beyond Grade A organizations, Han Shao did not have any prejudice against them for the time being. He would also provide this help and only charge a small fee. This was also one of the reasons for the existence of the association, to allow the Beyond Grade A organizations to integrate their resources. As the president, he had to set an example at such a sensitive time. The two of them chatted as they arrived at the command room. The fleet finally set off and began to move. This time, Morgan suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, "By the way, you said that there have been many Beyond Grade A seeds joining the army recently. Did they all encounter the assassins? Did anyone get hit?" Hearing this, Nero's expression became serious, and he nodded slightly. "It was a very wise decision for you to stay and wait for me." Although some of the Beyond Grade A seeds received the notice, they still went their own way, thinking that they could continue moving as long as they were careful. In the end, before they could meet up with the reinforcements, they were ambushed and killed. Due to the distance, some of them had already met up with the reinforcements. We were considered to be late. Before us, some of our colleagues had indeed fought with the assassins, and they were basically fine. However, some of the people from the other organizations were wiped out by the assassins, which was a pity. Morgan trembled. Who would be so bold as to attack so many Beyond Grade A seeds at the same time? That's too scary. Nero pondered for a moment before saying, "The army commander did not mention the identity of the mastermind, but it's not hard to guess. For the enemy to be able to grasp the whereabouts of so many Beyond Grade A seeds, their intelligence network is definitely not small. To be able to send out so many death warriors, an ordinary organization would not have such ability. Furthermore, the targets they chose were the Beyond Grade A seeds who recently headed to the flickering world. Their target is obvious, and an advanced civilization is very suspicious. Although this is a secret operation, the outside world will discover that these Beyond Grade A seeds have gone missing sooner or later. This will probably scare off some people who want to join the association, and their goal will be achieved." "Sigh, this is tough." Morgan sighed softly with a bitter expression. Nero patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Don't worry. With me here, nothing will happen to you." Morgan nodded before suddenly asking, "By the way, with so many Beyond Grade A seeds joining the army, how will their positions be arranged?" "This, I'm not too sure. Only a small portion of them will be Black Star Guards, while the rest will take up positions in the various departments of the army to fill in the gaps of the high-level combatants. It's mainly up to you guys, and the army will not force you," Nero guessed. Morgan's eyes sparkled. "Then, can I choose which Beyond Grade A to follow?" "Yes, anyone can submit an application, but it depends on whether they choose you or not." Nero nodded. "Who do you want to choose? His Excellency Black Star? The competition over at Godfather's side is more intense, and there's a chance of him not being chosen." Morgan hurriedly denied and said with embarrassment, No, I don't want to follow Black Star. I want to follow Her Excellency, Aurora." Nero sized him up and suddenly came to a realization. "I understand now. This B** Star is definitely extremely afraid of death, so he wants to follow Aurora and enjoy her everywhere. It will be difficult for him to die in the future. Coward, as expected of you. Reporting, we have lost contact with another 6 death warriors. They might have been captured by the enemy, and all communications have been cut off. Reporting, the attack on target 045 has failed. 3 death warriors were sacrificed, and the rest escaped with difficulty. In a certain secret intelligence processing center, a large number of intelligence personnel sat in front of various devices and reported the situation nonstop. The room was extremely lively. The wall of the room was a huge screen that was pieced together by many small surveillance screens. There was a single chair at the bottom of the screen. At this time, a tall and thin figure was sitting on the chair with his back facing everyone. He looked up at the surveillance screens. This was a secret department that the Supercluster Alliance had jointly created many years ago. It did not have a specific name and was extremely mysterious. Furthermore, its authority was extremely high, and it was directly responsible for the leaders of the various civilizations. This secret department was responsible for formulating and leading extremely secretive operations. At the same time, it trained secret death warriors. The various supercluster civilizations would secretly select talented children and send them to various secret training bases. They would undergo cruel training from a young age and specialize in carrying out shady missions in the future. The training method of this department was to squeeze out potential, and together with the top technology and magic industry technology, it would constantly spoil the growth of seedlings, causing the elimination rate and mortality rate to be extremely high. However, it could indeed effectively increase the birth rate of calamity-grade supers and shorten the time needed to develop them to a certain extent. These death warriors would not know who they were working for from the training period to the future missions. For certain purposes, this department even specially trained a group of special death warriors who thought that they were working for the three universal civilizations. They used many methods to ensure that outsiders would not be able to track down the supercluster civilizations through the death warriors. All the personnel in the department were special members who were not recorded in the internal files. They were all called by code names. The tall and thin figure in the room was the person in charge of this secret department. No one knew his name or resume. They only called him by his code name. Bone Man, hearing his subordinates report, the skeleton leaned forward and put his hand on his nose. It seems like those beyond grade as have noticed our hunting operation and assigned guards to all the targets. The chain of suspicion has been formed, and our goal has been achieved. Continuing will only be a waste of manpower. Stop the operation and tell everyone to retreat. Understood. Everyone immediately obeyed the order and didn't ask any questions. The Bone Man bit his nails and narrowed his eyes. The wrinkled corners of his eyes were squeezed together. The reaction of the Beyond Grade A Association is indeed as expected. In the joint conference room of the three universal civilizations, the projections of Bruce, Lewis, and the ethereal Pope were gathered together for a meeting. TSK, the situation has changed. The elimination plan can't continue. Bruce frowned, and the expressions of the other two did not look too good either. Although they had started to study the Sanctum revival, the three universal civilizations also had plans to hunt beyond grade A seeds. This was because even if they mastered the Sanctum revival in the future, since this large number of existing beyond grade A seeds had already been invested in the association, they would not turn to them in the future. Both sides were destined to enter a long-term phase of snatching talents. Therefore, they would return to the problem of there being too many non-direct beyond grade as. It was better to curb the total number of beyond grade as an advance. However, before they took action, the three universal civilizations discovered that these targets were all protected. At first, the three of them were a little confused. They thought that Black Star had predicted their actions, and the boat of trust between the two sides had indeed capsized. However, after careful investigation, they realized that an unknown organization had taken action first and alerted the enemy. This directly disrupted the plans of the three universal civilizations, which disgusted them greatly. Originally, the plan of the three universal civilizations was to mobilize manpower, monitor the routes of all the neutral beyond grade A seeds heading to the flickering world through their powerful intelligence network, and secretly ambush them. When everyone was in place, they would eliminate these beyond grade A seeds at the same time, not giving the outside world any time to react. This kind of hunting plan to alert the enemy was not a method they would adopt at all. If they were going to do it, they would of course kill them all in one fell swoop, and there would be no evidence. Although they had not found out who the organization was for the time being, Even if the three universal civilizations used their buts to think, they knew that it was most likely the Supercluster Alliance. The Supercluster deliberately alerted the enemy, giving the association time to react. "This is to make the first move and predict our actions," Lewis said angrily. Unexpected, but reasonable. The ethereal Pope was expressionless. In the eyes of the three of them, the Supercluster Alliance's intention was obvious. By alerting the enemy, they would create suspicion between the association and the three universal civilizations, intensifying the conflict. The Beyond Grade A Association only protected them in the dark and did not publicly accuse them. If the three universal civilizations took the initiative to clarify, it would instead make them look like they were trying to hide something. Furthermore, even if they framed the Supercluster Alliance in the eyes of the association, it would most likely be the usual way to shift the blame. There were simply too many precedents with the current relationship between the three universal civilizations and the association. This was like yellow mud falling into one's pants. No matter what, it was still sh*T. No matter what, it would be very difficult to gain their trust unless there was solid evidence. Furthermore, in the plan, if they were exposed, they already had the intention of shifting the blame to the Supercluster. Now that the Supercluster had made the first move, they probably predicted this point as well. Since they were going to be slandered anyway, they might as well seize the initiative and interfere with the possible plans of the three universal civilizations, helping the association gain more talents. The Supercluster had been tricked many times, so they were already experienced. Since there was no more room for their reputation to fall, they might as well go all out. "I'll pull you down a cliff with me. If we die, we die together. Let's see how you're going to scheme against me." Furthermore, in the current situation, the Supercluster Alliance was really not afraid of the three universal civilizations framing them. They were like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water at all. Since they no longer had a chance in the flickering world, they might as well hide at home and not go out. If they have the guts, start an all-out war and hit them. Can they really kill them? The three of them were indeed a little annoyed by the Supercluster Alliance. If they had gotten rid of these Beyond Grade A seeds who had joined the association and established their dominance, it would have been fine even if they were suspected. After all, there would be no evidence. However, they had only killed a few people and had already taken a blame. This was a bit of a loss. Cancel the plan to eliminate the Beyond Grade A seeds. They're all protected. There's no chance now. The three of them were not in a good mood. Chapter 1283. With the withdrawal of the Supercluster Alliance and the abandonment of the three universal civilizations, the many Beyond Grade A seeds who were heavily protected did not encounter any more hunting squads during the rest of the journey. They successfully arrived at the Black Star Corps Division and used the King to teleport to the Flickering World Army's headquarters several star fields away. The large-scale movement of the Beyond Grade A seeds attracted the attention of the outside world. With the help of some people, the entire society knew that a large number of Beyond Grade A seeds had recently joined the association. There were even news articles that drew out the routes of these Beyond Grade A seeds. The lines converged from the various star fields to the flickering world, giving off a strange sense of migration. The number of Beyond Grade A seeds in a star field was usually around 100, with the number of Beyond Grade A seeds in the remote star fields being slightly less. The central galaxy and the supercluster civilizations were densely distributed, and most of them were veterans. In the long run, the total number of Beyond Grade A seeds in the explored universe was currently around 3,000, which was more than 20 times the number of Beyond Grade as of the same era. Excluding the allies and direct descendants of the various civilizations, as well as those who already belonged to different factions, the number of neutral Beyond Grade A seeds was about 2/5 of the total, and they were active in different regions. Now, the number of people joining the Black Star Corps exceeded 500, which was almost half of the total number of neutral Beyond Grade A seeds. Among them, the number of people joining the Black Star Corps was the highest. This was equivalent to the association directly harvesting more than half of the top talent pool that had been accumulated in the explored universe for many years. Who knew how long it would take for the next batch to grow out? Be it beyond grade A or beyond grade A seeds, they were all people at the top of the pyramid of the supers. They naturally had the attributes of a leader. Now that the two were joining together on a large scale, the nature of the matter had changed. It was not as simple as the individual behavior of the beyond grade A seeds. Many supers saw it as a signal. Since so many beyond grade A seeds had chosen to join the association at this time, it meant that this was a wise choice. The association's climate had been formed. The large-scale defection of the beyond grade A seeds led to a craze of defecting to the association in the next few months. A large number of supers fought to follow the trend. As the strongest at the top of the pyramid, their every word and action would affect the people below. This was the role of a role model. This matter itself was also seen as a movement with a special meaning. The outside world gave it a name, calling it Scattered Stars Return to the Stream, comparing the beyond grade A seeds to the new stars scattered everywhere. They finally found a home and joined the association members on a large scale, completing the critical confluence of pioneers and inheritors. Regarding scattered star convergence, the Galactic Society was analyzing the impact of the incident from various aspects. Gradually, there was a theory that the function of the beyond grade A association would gradually change from now on, and its influence would gradually spread to all supers. One day, the association would no longer be just a group of beyond grade, but a new force that led all supers, becoming another pole independent of the three universal civilizations, becoming another ruler of the universe. This theory was approved by a large number of supers. The supers cheered, felt excited, and vaguely looked forward to it. In the eyes of most people, the Beyond Grade A Association was the only one qualified to truly lead them. Currently, although there were so-called regional super associations in the universe, the owners behind them were the three universal civilizations. They were just tools used to manage the supers. The nature of the organization was inherently problematic. In the eyes of many, if the Beyond Grade A Association evolved into a guild for all supers one day, that would be an organization that truly served the supers. Its goal would obviously not be the same as the three universal civilizations. This mentality of the supers came from the fact that they had not had a unified voice to speak for them for too long, and they desperately wanted a home. To put it simply, it was the sense of belonging, of finally finding an organization. In fact, this theory was not born naturally. Someone was adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes, pushing the Beyond Grade A Association to the forefront of public opinion. While the outside world was abuzz with rumors, Han Xiao received this batch of Beyond Grade A seeds in the Black Star Palace. Black Star Palace, Assembly Hall. The huge palace was empty, with only about 300 Beyond Grade A seeds gathered in the center. They were either standing or flying, chatting in groups of 2 or 3, glancing at the surrounding doors from time to time, waiting for Han Xiao. Everyone should be here. Is Blackstar not here yet? We've been waiting for almost half an hour. TSK, you want to see a peek beyond Grade A, but you don't have any patience at all. Do you think he's someone you can meet whenever you want? Be patient. Maybe His Excellency Blackstar is secretly observing us and testing our patience. Everyone chatted casually, turning their heads and making eye contact from time to time. Many people had a faint fighting spirit in their eyes. Many of them knew each other and had sparred with each other before. They saw each other as whetstones. Everyone knew that the number of spots to follow Blackstar and the other Beyond Grade was limited. Now that so many people had joined the army, there was a high chance that they would compete for a spot, so they all saw the others as competitors. At this time, the door suddenly opened, and Han Xiao walked in, followed by the other officers. Seeing this, the hundreds of Beyond Grade A seeds who were bickering subconsciously stopped talking and stood up straight, performing the etiquette of their respective cultures, expressing the most basic respect to the top powerhouses of the universe. Greetings, Your Excellency Black Star. Welcome to the army. We're all on the same side from now on, so there's no need to be so polite. Han Xiao waved his hand and put on a kind smile. Looking at the hundreds of beyond grade A seeds from different star fields in front of him, he could not help but feel a little excited. With so many experts, it would be a huge supplement to the army's high-end strength. With such an exaggerated number, it seemed like he had underestimated the impact of the Sanctum revival on the low-level supers. If not for this, not to mention hundreds of them, even recruiting one of them would be difficult. Ordinary resources would not be able to move them at all. At this moment, Han Xiao had an inexplicable feeling of all the heroes in the world are in my hands. Of course, it was more the joy of harvesting a wave of old leaks. Han Xiao glanced at everyone, and seeing that everyone was staring at him with fiery eyes, he smiled and said, "I know why you're all here. The threshold for the Sanctum revival is beyond grade A. I'll try my best to help everyone advance. As for whether you succeed in the end, it will depend on your own skills." Everyone nodded, their eyes shining. Han Xiao said another sentence. Then, according to the army's usual practice, arranged for everyone to come forward one by one to be checked by him and browse through their attributes. There were no mediocre beyond grade A seeds, and these people were all experts. However, in Han Xiao's opinion, most of them had almost exhausted their potential, and only a few had a chance of advancing. He had a set of standards for judging potential, mainly based on the differences in talents, skills, and levels. He silently selected these potential stocks and remembered them in his heart. After completing this step, Han Xiao had a general idea of what to do. He took 2 steps back and said loudly, "I have a basic understanding of everyone's standards. I will arrange positions according to your individual abilities. Of course, you can submit an application to me, and I will consider your wishes. Let me make it clear in advance that there are limited slots for some positions. If there are too many applicants, you may have to compete for the positions. For example, the personal guards of the 2 vice army commanders and myself can be challenged again after a period of time, and the winner will be replaced. Everyone be mentally prepared. When ordinary people encountered such a situation, they would be treated according to the distribution. However, for these experts, Han Xiao deliberately used a competitive selection method to prevent people from being dissatisfied. At the same time, he also gave those who failed the selection a chance to fight for the position again in the future, stimulating everyone's motivation to train. Although this method might not be useful for most of them, it was definitely effective for the pugilists among them. Everyone looked at each other subconsciously, and the fighting spirit in their eyes grew stronger. At this moment, one of them suddenly spoke, "Thank you for your protection, Army Commander. If it wasn't for your help, we might have died on the way. I would like to ask, do you know the background of these hunting teams?" As soon as he said that, the room suddenly fell silent. Everyone had different expressions. They had not mentioned this earlier, but who would not care who wanted their lives? At this time, they all looked at Han Xiao. Han Xiao stopped smiling, paused, and said meaningfully, "You all already have the answer in your hearts, don't you?" Hearing this, everyone's expressions became more complicated, and there was a slight commotion in the crowd. It's time to abandon the fantasy. Looks like it was really done by the advanced civilizations. They want our lives. Has the relationship between the association and the advanced civilizations already reached this stage? How long has it been? Who knows what will happen in the future? Sigh, the target of the tragedy of the pinnacles has changed from beyond grade as to us. The Sanctum revival is also a double-edged sword. If I had known about this earlier, I might have really been scared away. Everyone sighed softly. Facing the hostile attitude of the 3 universal civilizations, they were all a little afraid. Before joining them, they did not expect the advanced civilization's reaction to be so intense. But now, there was no turning back. All right, don't think so much. The path has already been chosen. Just walk forward. Han Xiao clapped his hands and comforted everyone. Only then did he let his officers take everyone to rest and wait for arrangements. Watching everyone leave, Han Zhao's eyes flashed, and he turned around to leave the hall. After walking for a while, he arrived at a secret room. Pushing the door open, he saw a row of hibernation chambers in the room. Most of them were empty, and only one was filled with people. Han Xiao walked forward and pressed the button to stop the hibernation program. With a swoosh, the hatch slid open, revealing the figure inside. It was Carlet, who was in hibernation. His expression was peaceful, just like a sleeping man. Carrot's brows twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Han Xiao standing in front of him and looking down at him. He could not help but be stunned. "Your Excellency, Black Star?" Carrot was stunned. When he was young, he was not sensible and did not know Black Star's identity. Only when he grew up did he understand what kind of opportunity Black Star's care for him was, and he became a fan of Black Star. However, he knew that the difference in status between the two of them was huge, and it would be very difficult for them to meet in the future. He felt that Black Star might have forgotten about him long ago, so he only paid attention to Han Zhao's deeds in the universe. However, he did not expect his idol to suddenly appear in front of him. The next moment, Carrot suddenly remembered what happened before he fainted, and his expression changed slightly. "You knocked me out and brought me here? Where am I?" "This is my base." Han Xiao smiled. His relationship with the dynasty was stiff now, so it took him some effort to track down Carrot's location. However, Carrot had never fulfilled his talent, so he was not taken seriously. The operation to capture him went very smoothly. "You..." Carrot wanted to say something, but hesitated. "Why did you bring me here? Do you still remember me?" If it were anyone else, he would have struggled long ago. However, Han Xiao had a special place in his heart, so it was difficult for him to have any hostility toward Han Xiao. "Of course I remember you, and I have a deep impression of you." Han Xiao sized Carrot up with a look of appreciation. "It's been 70 or 80 years since we parted back then. You've already grown up. Not bad, not bad." Hearing this, Carrot could not help but feel touched. He did not expect Han Xiao to remember him so well even after so many years. Thinking about how Han Xiao once thought highly of him, Carrot suddenly felt ashamed and said, "I'm sorry to disappoint you. My potential might not be as good as you said." He had successfully entered the Calamity grade in 40 years, but his progress had slowed down after that. It was as though his potential had been exhausted, and he had stopped at an ordinary Calamity grade. His strength was at the bottom among those of the same level. Carrot could not care less about what others thought, but in front of Black Star, he could not help but feel depressed, feeling that he had let Black Star down. "Are you saying that I made a mistake?" Han Xiao smiled faintly. Carrot did not say anything, silently agreeing. Han Xiao smiled and patted Carrot's chest. "Don't underestimate yourself. The dynasty didn't value you because they didn't have foresight. I've always believed in your potential." Hearing this, Carrot was both touched and ashamed. "Weren't you curious about why I brought you here? This is the reason." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and said righteously, "Actually, I've always been paying attention to you. The dynasty never saw how extraordinary you were and did not give you the resources. In the long run, it has affected your growth. I can't bear to see a talent being buried. You can't just muddle along in the dynasty. I brought you here to give you some guidance and help you stimulate your potential." "So, you've always been paying attention to me?" Carrot's expression was very interesting, and his heart was filled with warmth. He deeply doubted what he had done to be favored by Black Star. Han Xiao smiled and tapped Carrot's forehead. "You don't underestimate the huge potential in your body. You might think that the Calamity grade is your limit, but let me tell you, the Calamity grade is far from your limit. You think I can become a beyond grade A super?" Carrot's eyes widened. "Not only that, I even think that you can become a pinnacle beyond grade A super and become the strongest person in the universe." Han Zhao's tone was impassioned and full of provocation. "Do you really think of me like that?" Carrot mumbled. Seeing that he was almost done, Han Xiao became serious and said with a deep voice, "Then tell me, are you willing to stay here and accept my help?" Carrot hesitated for a moment. He had also seen the news and knew about the recent storm. He asked softly, "You want me to stay here?" Do you mean you want me to leave the dynasty and join the army? The situation has changed, and the dynasty is at odds with us. Only by staying by my side can I give you the most detailed guidance. However, if you do that, you won't be able to stay in the dynasty anymore. Han Xiao did not deny it. Carrot fell silent and seemed to be conflicted. After a while, he slowly nodded, and his tone gradually became firm. I understand. I'm willing to follow you and accept your guidance. Although Carrot had worked for the dynasty for decades, in his eyes, this was just a job. It did not mean that his life would be bound to the dynasty forever. A few years ago, his family had died of old age, and since then, he had been floating in this cold universe all by himself, without any worries. Thus, Carrot could follow his idol without any worries. The dynasty had never taken him seriously. Although they had recruited him into the secret training base, that was because Black Star had thought highly of him. Otherwise, the dynasty would not have treated him differently and kicked him out of the training camp in the end. All these opportunities were indirectly brought to him by Black Star, and Carrot had always been clear about this. Furthermore, Carlet did not think that Black Star needed anything from him. As the saying went, a gentleman would die for his bosom friend. He really wanted to repay Black Star's favor. Even if it was just to prove that Black Star did not misjudge him, he wanted to become a beyond grade A super. Hearing this, Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. It was all thanks to the good karma he had formed decades ago. If not for the fact that he had become Carrot's talent scout during his childhood, the difficulty of recruiting him would have increased by at least dozens of times. This is the importance of knowing how to gain territory. Han Xiao secretly smiled. The golden leek that he had coveted for a long time was finally in his hands. He was overjoyed. Chapter 1284. After successfully persuading Carrot, Han Xiao asked someone to bring him down to rest while he hummed a tune and left the room in satisfaction. He had seen Carrot's attribute window when he stabbed him just now. He had already obtained the core talent called Everlasting Martial Path. It was a growth-type ability, and its description was rather complicated. However, it was extremely domineering. Simply put, Everlasting Martial Path could transform at every new grade. The requirement was that one had to have a new understanding of martial arts, polish one's foundation, and accumulate experience. Before the talent transformed, the efficiency of leveling up would be reduced by 90%, and one's combat strength would be weakened to a certain extent. However, after the transformation, the efficiency of leveling up would be increased in a curve, and the peak in the middle would reach 1000%. It would also give a high overall combat strength bonus, and the degree would increase with one's level and understanding. Normally, the stronger one was, the more bottlenecks there would be. However, Carrot was different. His bottlenecks were all in the early stages, and the stronger he was, the less bottlenecks there would be. As long as he reached a certain standard, his combat strength would snowball until he reached the limit of his grade. If he stepped into a new grade, he would have to repeat this cycle. This was the reason why Carrot's level was slow every time he leveled up, and it was difficult for him to cultivate. However, it also led to his solid foundation. In the later versions of his previous life, Carlet was the pillar of the pugilist class, just like how the Mechanic Emperor was to the Mechanic class. One punch, one little tyrant, one kick, one seven-eyed. He had achieved the true meaning of shaking the galaxy with his fists. After all, there is only one word difference between Carrot and a certain yellow-haired cheater. This kid's title in his previous life was the one and only Martial God. Furthermore, Everlasting Martial Path could also strengthen all of Carrot's pugilist skills. Not only could it increase the level, but it could also adjust the effects of the skills. It was almost tailor-made to suit Carrot's fighting style better. The introduction explained that this was a unique comprehension of martial arts. Any martial arts school could be integrated with Carlet's own martial arts philosophy. Mastery through a comprehensive study, adaptability, and all moves would eventually become his own. Han Xiao had never seen everlasting martial arts from any other pugilist. If not for the lack of a suffix, he would have thought that it was Carrot's exclusive talent. However, no matter how powerful this ability was, it was of no use to Han Xiao. After all, he was not a proper martial artist. Without the so-called martial arts comprehension, this ability would never trigger a positive effect and would only drag him down. I still have to find him a teacher. There are quite a few pugilists in the army, but they're all calamity-grade supers. Their standards are a little lacking. Figures flashed through Han Xiao's mind one after another. It's best to find a beyond grade A to teach Carrot. I know so many people, and the most suitable one should be Yining. The two of them were good friends in my previous life, so they definitely have a good relationship. If I let Yining be his teacher, it should be quite effective. Han Xiao scratched his chin and suddenly felt like he was trying to make a good match. Thinking about it, he still had quite a few backup options, such as inviting a pugilist in the underworld to be his teacher, or temporarily releasing Garutan to teach Carrot. With his current strength, Garutan would no longer be able to cause any trouble. Furthermore, only by letting the prisoner out occasionally would he not die in the space-time amber. Otherwise, he would not be able to use the Sanctum Revival. Carrot was the first direct descendant of the three universal civilizations that he had poached, but he would not be the last. Although the potential value of the other targets was not as good as Carrot's, Han Xiao did not plan to let them go. While walking and thinking, Han Xiao returned to his office and temporarily put this matter aside. He summoned Philip to deal with the army's affairs. The positions of this batch of beyond grade A seeds needed to be arranged, and under their influence, a large number of supers had joined the army. The Human Resource Department was screening and processing them, so it had been quite busy recently. After dealing with the matters, Han Xiao took out his communicator, glanced at the internet, and snorted softly. The public opinion is still heating up. The advanced civilizations are probably not the only ones fanning the flames behind this. There must be someone else who wants the world to be in chaos. There were rumors on the internet that the Beyond Grade A Association would integrate the superclass in the future and become the new ruler outside of the three universal civilizations. This was obviously a method to push the association to the top of the mountain and then find an opportunity to kick it down. The higher one stood, the worse one would fall. However, although the method was old, the effect was quite good. As long as he could accurately grasp the psychology of the public, the simple method would still work. The current trend of public opinion was not good for the association. They had taken on too many expectations and glory, and their relationship with the three universal civilizations had worsened. The term new ruler was like roasting both sides on the fire. Because the public opinion was a little too fanatical, it was not suitable for them to express their opinions. Han Xiao planned to deal with it coldly and cool down the public opinion. Even if the forces behind the scenes kept fanning the flames, the galactic residents' interest in one matter was limited. There would always be a new hot topic to divert their attention. Han Xiao knocked on the table and pondered. Now that the Beyond Grade A seeds have joined the association, the advanced civilizations have given up on the cleansing plan. This storm is neither big nor small. From the looks of it, the current situation should be maintained for the time being. I need time to integrate the association and collect the keys. The three universal civilizations also need time to study the Sanctum Revival, so they won't do anything in the short term. Plus, they have to restrain themselves a little to prevent the supercluster from jumping up and down. Everyone needs time, so they will tacitly maintain a peaceful state. Everyone had a need to stabilize themselves. Before the three universal civilizations were confident, they would not take too drastic actions against the association. They only dare to deal with the Beyond Grade A seeds. In Han Zhao's opinion, the universe could still be peaceful for a while. This peace would probably last until the players returned. It's been 50 years since the version update, and version 5.0 is about to start. After my influence, the current situation is completely different from the calamity of the supers in my previous life. I wonder what the players will do. Han Xiao stroked his chin thoughtfully. Central Galaxy, Red Empire Institute for Advanced Study, Space Coordinate Research Group, Wormhole Positioning Project Office. The research team leader walked into the conference room, where many researchers were already waiting. Compared to a few decades ago, the researchers here had basically changed. The previous generation of researchers had either retired or moved to other project offices. The research team leader looked around and slowly said, "The dynasty has issued an internal document to vigorously promote scientific research in all fields, restart previous projects, and provide reference materials for the Sanctum Revival research. All project departments will receive a huge increase in funding this year, and the same goes for all of you." Hearing this, everyone became excited. Scientific research was extremely expensive, and the importance of the Wormhole Positioning Project was not as important as other cutting-edge fields. Ever since the flickering war, this project department had been operating at a low energy consumption. Back then, Han Shao and the dynasty were still in their honeymoon period. The dynasty listened to his suggestion and, in order to focus on dealing with the Supercluster Alliance, to reduce the possibility of random risks, they suspended the exploration and calculation of the unknown wormhole data. Many projects related to the Wormhole Positioning Project were put on hold. Logically speaking, after the war ended, the Wormhole Positioning Project would not continue to be restricted. It was just that something went wrong. After the war ended, the dynasty was busy dealing with the aftermath, and the relevant upper echelons did not lift this ban immediately. Later on, perhaps for safety reasons, or because they had forgotten about this matter, they never made it clear that this ban was lifted. Thus, the matter was delayed. After all, to the entire dynasty, the Wormhole Positioning Project was a very small matter. Other than the relevant officials and researchers, almost no one paid attention to it. As the saying went, the attitude of the upper echelons would always be magnified. Scientific research itself was very pure, but it was difficult for researchers to escape the influence of politics. The review department of the Academy of Sciences felt that the attitude of the upper echelons was unclear and had many concerns. No one wanted to risk their future, so they did not relax the review standards for the Wormhole Positioning Project. This caused a large number of field research projects to be stuck in the approval process, causing the Wormhole Positioning Project to have a large backlog of uncalculated wormhole data. Only the more important projects would be approved. This situation lasted for several years. Because the upper echelons never made a clear statement, the strict review standards for the Wormhole Positioning Project gradually became a habit. During this time, there were some twists and turns and protests, but the voices could not reach the upper echelons, so in the end, there was no storm. Just like that, this situation lasted for decades. The original researchers of this project team were basically transferred to other departments, and most of the people who joined later were newcomers with little experience. In the entire Academy of Sciences, the Wormhole Positioning Project team was not an isolated case. Every year, there would be projects being canceled and new projects being created. There were also fringe project teams that were just idling around. This was nothing new. The Academy of Sciences was also filled with factions, and it was not uncommon for them to rely on their connections to establish projects and cheat funding. As any organization grew in size and time passed, the system would become rigid to a certain extent. The three universal civilizations were the same. Even the relatively better empires could not prevent this phenomenon. The research team leader left after giving a few instructions, leaving the researchers in the conference room overjoyed. We're finally not a fringe project team anymore. Hurry up and report all the backlog topics. We can finally do the actual calculations. There have been too many wormhole coordinates in the past few years. The equipment purchase list for this year hasn't been submitted yet, right? Hurry up and change it. Buy more multi-purpose long-range space probes. We're going to launch them on a large scale this time. Just as Han Shao expected, after the failed attack on the Beyond Grade A seeds, the three universal civilizations and the Supercluster Alliance restrained themselves a little. Under Han Zhao's orders, the association did not publicly announce the attack on the Beyond Grade A seeds either. It was as if they had deliberately ignored this matter. Other than fanning the flames of public opinion, the three parties tacitly maintained peace in all other aspects. No conflict broke out, secretly accumulating strength and preparing their own means. Perhaps the Supercluster Alliance still had thoughts of causing trouble, but they could not find the opportunity to do so at the moment. Although the two parties did not openly declare their hostility, through the manipulation of public opinion, the three universal civilizations and the association had gradually formed an opposing relationship in the eyes of the public. The smell of gunpowder grew stronger and stronger. Any slight movement would cause countless people to jump out and carry out a strategic interpretation, thinking that the two parties were at loggerheads and that there would definitely be a battle. Although the Supercluster Alliance often suffered heavy losses, they were still quite good at fanning the flames. Perhaps this was what they meant by a long illness makes a good doctor. Under the calm surface, the three universal civilizations gradually stopped many business collaborations with the various beyond grade A organizations and introduced some business policies. They began to think of ways to attack the association in terms of organization management. Under the integration of Han Shao, the association began to strengthen its independence. With the promotion of the Supercluster Alliance, almost everyone in the universe knew that the conflict between the three universal civilizations and the association would not be resolved peacefully. It was impossible for the two parties to coexist easily. Countless organizations were watching this fierce battle. Time slipped away quietly in this atmosphere of impending storm. Gradually, a year passed. On March 10th, year 782 of the Galaxy Calendar, version 5.0 officially opened, and the players who had been away for a long time finally came online. Chapter 1285. In the Black Star Palace office, Han Shao leaned back in his chair and stared at the clock, silently waiting for the notification of the version opening. Time passed second by second. Over the past year, the relationship between the three universal civilizations and the association had dropped to a freezing point. The dynasty had not contacted him for an entire year. The three universal civilizations had issued an announcement a year ago to begin researching the Sanctum revival, but there had been no follow-up news. No one knew how far their research had progressed. However, the revivers said that the three universal civilizations were still privately trying to rope them in, so the research progress of the three universal civilizations was probably not very good. The Holy Covenant had been secretly collecting keys, although they did not have the channels of the three universal civilizations, making it difficult to collect some materials. It was not a big problem. They just needed to spend more money and time. Now that the Holy Covenant had multiple key formulas, there were more opportunities. However, a year was not enough to collect another set of keys. On the other hand, the military forces of the three universal civilizations had been unusually mobilized recently, as if they were preparing to make a move. This attracted the attention of Han Shao and the other association members, and the atmosphere in the universe had been getting more and more tense recently. The players returning at this juncture could be said to have caught the good time. Han Shao rubbed the back of his hand, his eyes flashing. The players are online. This is an opportunity for me to quickly complete the level 360 promotion. The current situation is in a stalemate. If I can make a breakthrough in my personal strength, it might be a turning point for me to break through this situation. The current situation was within his expectations, and a stalemate was exactly what he wanted. If not for the Sanctum revival, the increase in the association's strength, and many other factors, the armed conflict of the calamity of the supers might have already broken out like in his previous life. Now he was suppressing it, although this was a powder keg, and the more he suppressed it, the stronger the rebound would be. However, this was not absolute. The way he saw it, he only needed a few opportunities to break through this situation. If he succeeded, he could really eliminate the calamity of the supers, and it would not turn into a large-scale internal conflict. His current methods were all to buy time for the Holy Covenant. Han Shao knew very well that there would be a battle between the two sides, and the association would have to suffer more casualties. This was an opportunity. As long as the unlimited Sanctum revival was revealed at that time, most of the problems could be solved. The Sanctum key was necessary to break through this situation. If he could use a higher level of personal strength to intimidate the three universal civilizations and attract beyond grade A members, that would be even better. Just as he was deep in thought and analysis, the long-awaited interface finally moved, and a version update notification popped up, just like the players. Version 5.0 activated. Retrieving data. Retrieving data complete. Player forum opened. Welcome to Galaxy, version 5.0, Black Star era. Han Xiao was stunned. The version name, this time, wasn't Calamity of the Supers. And it even became my name. In the previous 4 versions, although this little butterfly had some influence, compared to the general trend of the era, it was only a very small individual. The versions were mainly based on the changes in the era. But this time it was different. He had almost single-handedly started this storm and had become the leader of the tide of the times. The butterfly's wings had flapped so hard that even the version's name had been changed. This also indirectly explained his current pivotal position in the universe, as well as his importance in this storm. Even my name is included in the version name. That's amazing. Han Zhao's face twitched, and a strange smile appeared on his face. What is grandeur? This is grandeur. If the players see this, whoa, this is the super compound fertilizer that helps me harvest leeks. I haven't seen you in 50 years. I really miss these little cuties, their wallets. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, summoned the surveillance camera in the hall, and looked over with a burning gaze. At the same time, countless white lights flashed in the hall of the base outside Black Star Palace. The players who had not seen each other for 50 years finally came online in large batches. The originally deserted hall was instantly filled with a sea of people. It was incomparably lively, and countless players were shouting excitedly. I'm back. Stars tremble under my crotch. My cannon can't wait any longer. Damn, it's been 5 versions and you still haven't fixed the bug of not being able to take off your pants. Bad review. Humph. I can tell you're not a veteran player. Even now, you're still worried about whether or not you can take off your pants. You've fallen behind, little brother. Do you know what it means to have pants on your body, but not in your heart? You won't be able to understand my realm. How long has it been since this update? It doesn't look like the base has changed much. It shouldn't have been long. Everyone chattered and opened the interface to check the notifications. The next moment, a series of what the F*** CK and WTF sounded from the crowd. Quick, look at the name of this version. I'm shocked. What the F** CK version 5.0 is actually called Black Star's era? What did he do during the update period? Countless army players opened their eyes wide, and a collective uproar broke out. No one had expected that their faction leader would actually become the theme name of this version. In the eyes of the players, the name of a version represented the main storyline of that version. In the past, the name of the version was either a disaster or a wave of the era. However, this version actually had a character as the main storyline. Grandeur. The many army players trembled in excitement, and only an extremely strong curiosity remained in their hearts. What kind of earth-shattering thing did their army commander do? The pro players who had just come online were also shocked. Frenzied, Sword hurriedly opened the calendar and took a look. He gasped in shock. This version update actually took 50 years. Everyone also checked the date and was shocked. It's true. I remember that when we went offline, it seemed to be year 734. It's already year 782 now. What a huge span. It's more than twice the time of the previous version update. I wonder if my wife Sylvia is still alive. What the F** CK are you thinking? She's clearly my wife. Quick, go online and check what's the situation now. Many players hurriedly took out their communicators and went online to check, eager to see what Black Star had done during the update period. Following the time, the news that the flickering war had ended decades ago entered everyone's eyes, causing a wave of shock. When they went offline, the flickering war was still going on. They had thought that the war would continue once this version was released, but who would have thought that this war would end so early in the version update period? As they continued reading, the expressions of the players became more and more confused, and exclamations could be heard from time to time. God's death, Sorokin's escape, the collapse of the limitless financial group's business empire, the change of leadership of the three universal civilizations, Aurora's entry into the beyond Grade A realm, the Sanctum revival, the return of the primordial ones, the confrontation between the beyond Grade A association and the three universal civilizations. A series of major events were all displayed before the eyes of the players. Just by looking at the description, many people could imagine the turbulent times at that time. What a huge change! Aurora really became a beyond Grade A. F***CK. Who's this blonde lady? I'm in love. It's confirmed. The Germinal organization is the strongest surface organization in the entire universe, with 3 beyond Grade As. Who else? The spirit of the Germinal organization will never wither. Rua, as expected of a 50-year span. The original structure of the universe has been completely overturned. Black Star is too amazing. No wonder this version is named after him. Everyone was shocked. They felt like the era had changed after they woke up from their sleep. Seeing Black Star's actions during the update, the players finally understood why version 5.0 was named Black Star's era. Their army commander had become the Martial Arts Alliance leader. His courage was unparalleled, and he led the Beyond Grade as to fight against the overlords of the explored universe. He was undoubtedly the leader of this era, single-handedly starting this era of great competition. The version theme Black Star's era lived up to its name. So amazing. Old Black is like a cheater. Army Commander is awesome. Broken voice. Don't call him Black Star anymore. Just call him Black God. I don't know why, but I actually feel like an old father. The players were overwhelmed with emotions. Black Star's figure had already appeared in several versions, and now he had even become the main storyline of this version, leading a new era. His status was unique in the universe, and in everyone's eyes, Black Star's identity as the universe's main character had already been confirmed. Many of the veteran players had personally witnessed Black Star's rise from the bottom to the top. They more or less felt gratified in their hearts, as though they were witnessing the continuation of a legend. Pork Bun was so excited that his entire body was trembling. He pinched his assistant, Little Wheat, and said excitedly, "Material? So much material. We can make at least 20 videos. Quick, record them all." Little Wheat hurriedly nodded and got to work. On the other side, Madblade and the other pro players suppressed their emotions and looked at their attributes. Looks like the level cap this time has been opened to 180. Speaking of which, normal Calamity grades usually enter the Calamity grade at level 160 to 170. Although we're a little weaker compared to those of the same level, we should be able to reach the Calamity grade at level 180, right? It's possible. Who knows? The strength of the players in this version will be pulled apart by a lot. Those who can enter the Calamity grade will be able to beat a bunch of Grade B players. After discussing for a while, they suddenly thought of something. By the way, I remember that the Flickering War main storyline missions of the players of the other organizations have not been completed yet. Now that the battle is over, I wonder what the situation is like. Someone asked curiously. In the previous version, the main storyline of the Black Star Corps in the Flickering War was disguised by Han Shao and had been completed long ago. Meanwhile, the players of the other organizations had received the real main storyline, which would only be completed after the battle. Hearing this, the players all entered the player forums, and with just a glance, they were immediately amused. At this time, the Flickering World forums were extremely lively, and posts were quickly being posted. At a glance, there were actually a lot of complaints from the players of the Limitless Financial Group. Flipping water. Where's my faction? Where's my F***King huge faction? Atlas. F***CK. Holichet. Why is the Limitless Financial Group gone? The Adventures of Tintin. Flickering World. the largest galactic enterprise, the Limitless Financial Group, has gone bankrupt. The boss, Sorokin, ran away with his sister-in-law after owing $350 million. We worked so hard for more than half a year without getting paid. Bastard Sorokin, you're not human. Give me back my hard-earned money. On the forums, a lot of players who had lost their faction were wailing. This meant that all the contribution points they had accumulated in the previous versions had gone down the drain. All the players who had joined a small faction were terrified every time a version was updated, afraid that their faction would be gone the moment they returned. Originally, the players who had joined a large faction were not worried about this problem. However, the Limitless Financial Group was not a small organization. Now that even this faction was gone, the few remaining players under them were filled with regret. If they had known this would happen, they would have jumped to another faction together with those who had jumped ship in a national war. How unlucky. That's why choosing the right faction is very important. It's just like choosing a stock. You have to be careful. Luckily, our Black Star Corps is strong enough. After laughing for a while, the army players could not help but feel sad. Even a behemoth like the Limitless Financial Group would collapse one day. Although the Black Star Corps was strong now, after provoking the 3 universal civilizations, their future became bleak. Although their army commander was strong, the association was strong, and the Sanctum revival was miraculous, their opponents were the overlords of the universe, the 3 universal civilizations. Their original cooperative relationship had now turned into enemies. Many people did not have the confidence to fight against them. If anything went wrong, they might lose their faction like the players of the Limitless Financial Group. The faction war between the Beyond Grade A Association and the 3 universal civilizations should be the main storyline of this version. We're naturally on the association's side, but can we really win? That's right. If the association loses, will the army disband? Won't that be a huge loss for us? Some people discuss softly, their stance wavering. Most of them were newcomers who had only joined in version 4.0. As for some old players, although they were also worried about the safety of the army, their stance was very firm. Most of the veteran players had long regarded the army as their own faction. They had worked hard to make the faction grow to what it was today. Even if the enemy was very strong, they did not want to switch sides. Since they were not afraid of death, they might as well fight for their own faction. The army had persisted in building a sense of belonging to the faction for many years, and it had been very effective. The players value benefits, but most of the time, they did not want to seek benefits and avoid harm. Although benefits were an important factor in guiding the players, the real core logic that determined the actions of the players was one sentence. I'm willing. Ding! At this time, the interface of all the army players rang at the same time, and a notification popped up. You have triggered the Grade S main storyline mission, Calamity of the Supers, Black Star Corps. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.